สวัสดีครับยินดีต้อนรับสู่สนามเซปังมาเลเซียผมปรีดาตันเต็มทรัพย์รองประธานจัดการแข่งขันของรายการ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik นะครับพิทแพดด็อกที่เราใช้ในการแข่งขันสุดสัปดาห์นี้ก็คือเป็นฝั่งเขาเรียก South Side เป็นครับสวัสดีครับยินดีต้อนรับสู่สนามเซปังมาเลเซียผมปรีดาตันเต็มทรัพย์รองประธานจัดการแข่งขันของรายการ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik นะครับพิทแพดด็อกที่เราใช้ในการแข่งขันสุดสัปดาห์นี้ก็คือเป็นฝั่งเขาเรียก South Side เป็นพิทแพดด็อกที่มีขนาดเล็กกว่า North Side ซึ่งเป็น สถานที่ที่พวกเราคุ้นเคยกันดี เราได้เป็นลักษณะเฉพาะรถของ TSS มาอยู่ในบริเวณนี้เท่านั้นนะครับเราจะเห็นรถเรียงรายมากมายตลอด 18 พิษมาสนามนี้เราเริ่มเห็นการเปลี่ยนไปของ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik เราได้รับความสนใจจากทีมต่างชาติเราจะเห็นพิษแรกก็คือพิษของ Toyota นะครับโดยมีรถ Toyota ถึง 4 คันมาพิษนี้พิษของ AAS นะครับก็เป็นรถของการทีกุสิริในรุ่น GTM กับนัทจักรนะครับพูเทราจะเป็นรุ่น GD4 Surprise Guest ของเราผู้ถือเบอร์ 18 มายาวนานวุฒิกรอิทรภูวศักดิ์ลงทำการแข่งขันคู่กับลูกชายคนโปรดน้องเติ้ล 991.2 GD3R ลงแข่งในรุ่น GD3 พิษต่อไปก็คือพิษของมงคลมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับธนาถเสถียรธีรกุลกับมงคลเสถียรธีรกุลถัดมาก็คือ YK Motorsport คนขับก็คือน้องแคทนะครับคู่กับเดชาธรนะครับถัดมาเราจะเห็นGDC ก็คือรถ Mustang 2 คัน 88 และ 44 แจ็คแลมวาร์ดกับเจเลนนะครับต่อมาเป็นรถคันใหม่ของ Craig Collis ก็คือ Ford Mustang นั่นเองถัดมาเป็นของ Fire Monkey วีทองคู่กับไซเวชันเบอร์ 25 ก็คือ Akash Nandi คู่กับน้องตีของเราอดิศักดิ์นะครับตั้งภูเจริญเราจะเห็นเฮงเจคิกบิ๊กบอสของ B-Quik นะครับคู่กับอาชานพิเรสด้วยรถ Audi R8 Evo นะครับในรุ่น GD3 เช่นกันวินเซนต์ฟลอรันโดนะครับคู่กับมาคัสวินโกฮอกในรุ่น GD3 ด้วย Audi เช่นกัน R8 GD3 Evo นะครับและถัดมา New Entry ของเราสำหรับสนามนี้นะครับเบอร์ 27 ลินฮัวจาก Absolute Racing กับฮัวรูฮานด้วยรถ Audi R8 Evo GD3 เช่นกันมากไปกว่านั้นแซนดี้ของเรากลับมาแล้วแชมป์3 สมัยของรายการ TSS ในรุ่น GD3 ครั้งนี้กลับมาด้วยรถ Porsche Cayman 718 GD4 คู่กับเออร์วินเดอะสมิธถัดมาคู่หูคู่ฮาของเรานะครับเป็นอันดับ2อยู่ในรุ่น GD4 ก็คือชานนท์นะครับเบอร์ 88 คู่กับเอโร่คันนี้มาเทสรันก่อน 800 กว่าแรงม้า GT2 RS เป็นรถ GD2 ที่ผลิตโดย Porsche ในปี 2019 ผลิตออกมาเพียง 200 คันทั่วโลก จะคล้ายๆกับขับคาร์แต่ฉีดสเตียรอยด์เข้าไปในเครื่องยนต์ให้มันเบ่งพลังเพิ่มเติมออกมา ถัดมานี้นักแข่งที่เพิ่งมาร่วมรายการกับเราเบอร์ 11 นะฮะแอนเดอร์สันทานาโตจาก Absolute B-Quik Racing Team สังเกตครับว่าคู่กับใครมอร์ทาร่ามาร่วมรายการ TSS ซึ่งเป็นนักแข่ง Formula E ปัจจุบันแชมป์มาเก้า7 สมัยต่อมาก็เป็น Full Function นักละเลนนะครับ GD4 กำลังบี้กับ Porsche 718 ของ p o r t e r a สุดสัปดาห์นี้มันแน่นอนสำหรับคู่นี้นะครับจับตาดูเซมก็กลับมาแข่งกับเราต่อในปีนี้หลังจากที่ห่างหายไปในช่วงโควิดถัดมาเบอร์ 33ลีดเดอร์ของรุ่น GTM ในขนาดนี้ทำผลงานได้เฉียบขาดมาก 4 สนามที่ผ่านมาของเผ่าพงษ์จันทร์เฉลี่ยกับจักรพันธ์ดาวีทีมพาวซ่าแฟคทอรี่ต้องจับตามองคันนี้ครับคู่กับที่สำคัญก็ 77 นี่เอง Lamborghini Super Trofeo นะครับขับโดยอาฟิกซึ่งเป็นมือโปรนะครับคู่กับสลาวุธน้องกี้ของเราเนี่ยบอกว่าสนามนี้ชุดใหญ่ต่อมา Entry ของเรา BM จาก AAI Motorsport คันเบอร์ 90 ขับโดยชุนฮัวเชนนะครับกับเจสซี่โคน91 นะครับอาซานของเราอายุอานามก็ไม่น้อยละ61 คู่กับยินยูเชนซึ่งเป็นลูกสาวของเขานั่นเองต่อมาก็คือ M6 ยาคิกซังกับชิวีชีมาชิมลางเพื่อที่จะลงทำการแข่งขันกับเราในปีถัดไปเหมือนกันนะครับเอเดรียนเดซิลวาคู่กับมาโกกิลทรัปลงทำการแข่งขันด้วยรถ 991.2 GT3R นะครับโดยใช้เบอร์ 61 นะครับต่อมาดักลาสคูและโดมินิกนะครับไวเปอร์นิซ่าเรซิ่ง GT3 นะครับอีกคันหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจก็คือนักแข่งเบอร์ 3 มีอเล็กซ์ลุยกับฟิลิปมาด้วยรถเบนซ์เป็นรถเบนซ์ AMG ในรุ่น GT3 คันนี้ใหม่แกะกล่องเพิ่งซื้อมาเลยเพื่อลงสนามนี้โดยเฉพาะและเรามาถึง Lamborghini Super Trofeo เบอร์ 8 นะครับของ Kenneth Rao นะครับคู่กับไมเคิลชอยและที่น่าสนใจก็คือคันนี้เหมือนรถถังเลยนะฮะเบลลี่แต่หารู้ไหมวิ่งเป็นจรวดเลยของมาร์คินตักกับแซมสันแชนสุดท้ายก็คือในรุ่น GTC 2 คันนี้สิงห์เชียงใหม่ของเรานะครับซูเปอร์และนิสสัน R35 สังเกตให้ดีนะครับนามสกุลเดียวกันเบอร์ 50 พ่อที่ถือกระเป๋าตังค์นะครับเบอร์ 95 คือลูกชายที่ใช้กระเป๋าตังค์ของพ่อครับผม ดสัปดาห์นี้นะครับสิ่งที่เราจะได้เห็นนะครับก็คือช่วงบ่ายเราจะมีการแข่งขันของทั้งรุ่น GTC และร่วมกันระหว่าง GT3 GTM และ GT4 สนุกแน่นอนแล้วก็หวังว่าผู้ชมจะติดตามทางไลฟ์สตรีมมิ่งครับผมขอบคุณมากครับสวัสดีครับครับสวัสดีครับผมปรีดาตันเต็มทรัพย์เรามาคุยกันในช่วงของวิเคราะห์เกมนะครับรุ่นแรกที่เราจะวิเคราะห์ก็คือ GTC นะครับ GTC นี้ก็จะเป็นการแข่งขันในรถระดับ performance ของรถ GT4 นะครับซึ่งก็จะวิ่งอยู่ที่นี่ประมาณ2นาที15ถึง2นาที17ประมาณนี้นะครับในช่วงการซ้อม Official Practice 1 ที่จบลงไปแล้วเนี่ยก็คือตัวเต็งเห็นได้ชัดว่าพูเทราด้วยรถ 718 Cayman GT4 ก็ 1 เป็นคนที่คุ้นเคยกับสนามมาเลเซียอย่างดีนะครับเซตเวลาไว้ที่2นาที15กว่าๆนะครับตามมากระชั้นชิดเลยด้วยแมคลาเรนของน้องปั๊กอยู่ที่216ตามมากระชั้นชิดเลยก็คือในรถของ TAVS 2 คันเจเลนและแจ็คแลมวาร์ดนะครับอันนั้นวิ่งอยู่217นะครับส่วนซูปราและ GTR อีก2คันยังไม่ฉายแววเท่าไหร่นะครับเหมือนกับจะจริงๆแล้ว GTR เนี่ย R35 เนี่ยเพิ่งลงพื้นเป็นครั้งแรกเช้านี้เลยนะครับก็อาจจะอยู่ในช่วงเวลาของการเซตติ้งนะครับอีกคันหนึ่งก็คือเซมก็เป็นรถ TAVS เช่นกันนะครับก็ทำเวลาอยู่ในเรนจ์ที่น่าพอใจอย่าลืมนะครับว่าในช่วง Official Practice เราไม่รู้ว่ารถแต่ละคันเนี่ยใส่น้ำหนักครบหรือยังหรือใช้ยางเก่าหรือยางใหม่แต่ตัวเต็งผมมั่นใจว่าพูเทรากับปัก น่าจะเป็นตัวแปรที่สำคัญที่สุดในรุ่นนี้สำหรับสนามนี้นะครับทั้งนี้ก็ต้องขึ้นอยู่กับว่าแจ็คแลมวาร์ดจะแก้เกมของตัวเองได้หรือไม่แต่ผมได้ยินมาว่าเมื่อเช้านี้เขาเอายางเก่าลงไปซ้อมนะครับยางใหม่ช่วงบ่ายนี้เราเห็นผลแน่นอนแต่สำหรับส่วนตัวแล้วพูเทราน่าจะเป็นนักแข่งที่น่ากลัวที่สุดในรุ่นนี้เพราะว่าไม่เพียงแต่มีฝีไม้ลายมือที่ไม่ธรรมดาแล้วยังเป็นสิงห์สนามเซปังซะด้วยครับสนุกแน่สำหรับ GDC สุดสัปดาห์นี้
Good afternoon, hello and welcome to everyone joining us right around the globe for the next round of the Thailand Super Series races 5 and 6 for our GTC, GTM, GT3, and have I missed GT4 Trans Am V8 coming to you live today from Sapang. So we're working through our driver introductions at this point in time. We're in the midst of preparation for GTC action. My name is Scotty Rankinoff. Alongside of me will be Pete Baxter. And Pete, this has been awesome to watch thus far this weekend. Bits and pieces of qualifying, but now we get into the racing action with all of the Trans Am cars and the 44 Mustang of Jack Lemvard. This has been a quick car over the last couple of races.
Yeah, it has been a quick car, but Jack had a little bit of an incident in his qualifying, so he's going to be back in the grid. But good to see them all out there racing, and great to be here today, Scotty, with you.
Yeah, mate, that's what it looks like. Look at the suspension working overtime as the 44 car takes to the curbs around Sapang. In some of our GT4 entries, we've got the McLaren 570 S46, the full function entry driven by Wang Thangapompan Sutamno. And this one has been a pretty car to watch. This has probably been my favourite of the GT4 entries, Pete. You a little bit of a fan of the McLaren 570S?
I don't know what you'd say about McLaren's, mate, but every one of them, GT4, GT3, every time they race, they are just sexy beasts, right? You just want them on the track.
The 50 car of Manasseh Manuel Caceres and the Toyota Supra Mark IV. Another pretty car. Not really in towards a GT4 spec, but very close to it. And the balance of performance keeps these cars relatively close together. And we move on to the Ford Mustang Trans Am V8. Number 88 for Ford Lenatech Racing is going to be Jalen Robotham. This car was quick back at Bang Seng Grand Prix as well. Unfortunately suffered a brake failure or an overheating of the brakes when some debris got into left rear brake. Then we move on to the Nissan GTR R35. Will be driven by Manuel Caceres. And this was another of the pretty cars. And to be honest with you, Pete, it's going to take horsepower here today from the Sapang International Circuit. Long, flowing track. The ability to cook those tyres and take something out of them, it's right up there. This is going to be a hard track on those tyres, particularly for those Trans Am cars.
Well, yes and no. It depends on how much the track's dried out. So we've had quite a lot of rain through the day, and both of the qualifying sessions for GTC and GT3 were declared wet sessions. We've watched a few races in between, and the track still seems to be drying out. Malaysia's quite a humid place on the equator. doesn't have the dry air that we get in the southern or northern hemisphere, so the track will take a long time. It'll stay a little bit damp for a long time, so you might see a dry line initially. I think the rain over the course of the afternoon is going to drift away from us, which will be good for the races later on this afternoon. Hopefully we'll be able to get out there and get the really fast times going. I don't think we're going to see the tyre shredding that you might anticipate as just for a full, hot, humid day in Malaysia.
But have a look at those tyres that are being wheeled past us right there as well. We've got changeable conditions, which does happen quite regularly in Malaysia. And like you said, when it's we're having a few words before we actually jumped on, and one of the things that Pete said to me was, it's like a tap. It's either on or it's off. There is no in between. Let me just come off the Lanatec entry there. Off of that car, looked like a board of some description. Didn't look like a part of the car. Yeah, Peter's there making their formation way out and around the track. So rain tends to come quickly and heavily at Malaysia. It came earlier today. We were watching along with it, and about 15 minutes later, there was heat haze over the track yet again. So those are conditions the drivers will have to deal with. And this time, not quite as close to the sea, so they can't just jump out of their cars at the end of the race and go for a dip.
At a dip in Malaysia, unless you're in a ice cold bath, mate, is not that much cooler anyway. So that's just the nature of racing on the equator. But Thailand's not far from Malaysia in terms of that distance anyway, so it won't be too dissimilar for all of the guys. But I think what we'll find is on a drying track, we should find that the cars will have plenty of opportunities to take. This is a lovely, big, wide open track with some great long straights. It's got about 4 genuine overtaking opportunities if needed, so it's difficult to defend. It's hard to go fast consistently because it's such a long lap, and strategy will play a big part, particularly if there's any undercut from new tyres.
Yeah, so 10 laps will be the race distance for race number 5 for the Thailand Supercar GTC so far this afternoon, and sort of remind our viewers along at home of what took place within Bang Sen. It was tough, it was difficult, as is the case normally at street circuit races. We had failures. We did have obviously the constant yellow flag zone, similar to the conditions over at Macau at the hairpin, such as the tight nature of the track. But it was a disastrous weekend if you're looking for green flag running. I think just about every race that we were broadcasting across the weekend had some sort of yellow flag period during the race. There were multiple repairs to barriers done across the weekend, but that's just street circuit racing, isn't it, Pete?
Well, that's right, and hopefully we've got a lot more runoff here. We've got nice big gravel traps here, mostly designed for MotoGP, so the gravel tracks will pull these cars up pretty quick. Unfortunately, if a driver ends up in these gravel tracks, they will tend to get stuck and might need a tow, and it's actually that point when the race director will really consider that a safety car will come out, so that any of those marshals that are out there helping out the event, so that they're fully covered for safety, and we'll see that. But yeah, gravel traps for runoff areas, mate, instead of the barriers you had at Bang Sen.
Yep, so a little bit different style of racing. We'll have championship points coming your way to have a little bit of a look at thus far. Still the 7 cars that are out there and a part of this thus far this weekend. Mix of GT4 cars. The Super MK4 isn't really necessarily a GT4 car, but other than that, you've got these Trans Am V8 cars. They're a popular category, the Trans Am cars, right around. I know back here in Australia, obviously, quite a number of the Trans Am cars doing the circuits at a national level. And to me, they're just a fan's car, because the racing, it is really about a little bit of door banging. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is your championship standings. Adam Patera leads the way in his Porsche Cayman GT4 entry. And you can see the level of consistency that he's had there. Win in race 1 and race 3, and I believe that's a 3rd place in race number 4 as well. So he's been on the podium so consistently, and Sutamno Thanaponpan as well has been incredibly quick in terms of the overall points as well. Those 2 drivers are tied up at the front end of town in terms of I believe that's the GTC overall standings as well, Pete. So
Yeah, look, and to come into what is the fourth round of a six-round series, and you got two drivers fighting for the championship on even points, this will really make and break. Somebody might get a little bit of a head start for the rest of the season, and that's a big deal. Essentially, Manuel Sierra is going well there in GTC in his class, but in terms of the overall GTC, he's got a little bit of catching up to do.
And have a look at the results as well here for Manuel Caceres. DNF in races 3 and 4. That was the Bang Seng Grand Prix for these drivers. The other categories that are part of the Thailand Super Series have already had their races 3 and 4. So Bang Seng was races 5 and 6. For those categories not on offering here today from Sapang. It'll just be the GTC, the GTM, and the GT3 to sort of give you things, and we'll work our way back through the points. But DNSs as well for the 50 car for Manasseh Caceres that was the Toyota Supra. So obviously issues very, very early on in that weekend. I don't recall actually seeing that car out on track across the weekend, but very difficult to recover when you've got one DNF and two DNSs. That is such a long way back in terms of the overall points.
So for Caceres, it really becomes a year where I think he can spend time settling into the car, really sorting it out if he's going to race it next year, and do whatever he can to just make step-by-step improvements. With the championship points the way they are, it's pretty hard to make that sort of leap and catch that many points up from here.
Do you go a different way in terms of setup then when you come here to Sapang? I mean, it's obviously a popular track. When I was talking to a few people prior to this weekend, if I was to go to a track anywhere in the world that's not Mount Panorama, Sapang is actually on my bucket list of tracks to go to. As we are actually going to get an eye on that Toyota Supra for Manasseh making his way around the back end of the formation lap and to the grid. Will be a rolling start as well for all the classes we have here this afternoon for the Thailand Super Series. So just because they're formed up on the grid standing at the moment, that's just to get them rolling, get them sorted, and do the promotional works before we'll go live to our racing category. Will be a rolling start. Do you go, a little bit different in terms of the vein of the setup? Do you do some research? You go, okay, yes, we're off pace. We're not viable for a championship standings. You said it, settle into the car is certainly number one, but then let's build some data in the background so that next year when we come here, we don't have to test 5 to 7 different things. We've already done the testing on that, and that's going to aid our package going forward as well.
I wouldn't go off script, mate. I think you're still looking for the best compromise. I mean, essentially a car setup is a compromise, to get all of those angles right, maximise your grip. You've got your power settings from the BOP restrictions that get placed in the category. So essentially it's actually finding that setup window. What is the prime setup window for the conditions? You've got a really good chance this time, because you don't always get rain at all your events. So a chance to run the car in the rain might have impacted his qualifying. But if I'm the team chief, I'm in there. I'm still trying to get the most out of the car. I'm testing the windows in the practice sessions, and essentially you're still looking for the best outcome that you can get, right, to get from the green flag to the finish line in the shortest possible time that's effective for the race.
And what we're seeing here in terms of the qualifying results, as well as obviously the GT4 cars are a little bit further up the field. With a wet qualifying, that would be expected results. So remember, obviously the rain as well for our ladies and gentlemen at home has taken some of the grip out of the surface of the track thus far this morning. So it will be a greener circuit than potentially at the end of practice yesterday. I was talking to Jalen Robotham overnight after practice, and he said we were two tenths off the pace yesterday, but we also hadn't thrown green tires at it. So they were expecting a dry qualifying here this morning. Didn't get that in terms of things. Was declared a wet track. So that takes away some of the balance of the car. And same sort of thing. I would expect those Trans Am cars to struggle compared to the GT4s in wet conditions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Trans Am cars are a classic front end big power, rear end drive, and in wet weather conditions they are hard to stick to the road. So one of the things that wet weather really does is actually it takes that performance advantage away that some cars have, and makes it really a lot closer in terms of driver capability, because essentially the grip window with the cars between the tyres and the track actually reduces significantly in the rain, and then it becomes so much more on the driver's ability to put power down smoothly, maintain the limited grip that they've got in the wet, and maximize the speed to get the fastest track time. That's not about car setup always. It's certainly not about horsepower. If too much horsepower in the rain, you'll actually go a little bit slower because it makes it so much harder to do that. So, and essentially we've gone from dry practice to wet quali, which and the challenge is, do you set the car up for a wet quali? But if you've got a dry race, then it's it's a 7-car grid on a massive big track. So do you just get out there, you set your qualifying time, you get in there, and you let it sort out over the 10 laps of the race? I think that's probably the way that I would have gone if I was in there with one of the teams.
We're just a few minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, that you would have seen the sign walked across the front end of the grid a few moments ago. That was the 5-minute warning before we'll get rolling on the formation lap. We'll go live very shortly thereafter. In the meantime, it's a great opportunity to say hello to the broadcasts and everyone watching the broadcast along at home. It's awesome to be here and awesome to be bringing you this event. But I think the biggest thing is this event right here has taken on a large international contingent. Australian drivers, New Zealand drivers, Chinese Taipei, Malaysian, Indonesia, Pakistan, right the world over, Netherlands, Germany. We've got drivers from right the world over. Thailand Super Series has become a series about the international environment. And for that, we want to say hello to everyone in the chat watching along at home, maybe watching along on Facebook, maybe watching along on YouTube. Let us know out there in the chat where we're watching from right around the world and participating in the activities of the Thailand Super Series. And Pete, I think that is everyone clearing off of the grid. We are going to get set to go rolling on our formation up in just a few moments. There's a hood up still there though on that McLaren 570S, so they want to get that down nice and quickly. There may be some problems there with the McLaren.
Yeah, not just yet. He's got a little bit of time yet. They can slam that hood as long as they get off before that final 15 seconds, and they're good to go. But at the moment, yeah, who knows? Why is that McLaren got the hood up? That's not a good thing.
Evokes memories of who was it that was abandoned? Was it a Ferrari that was abandoned on the grid here in the late 2000s that was left up on the jacks, or am I wrong era for that car when they forgot to take the car off of the jacks after they put the tires back on before race start? That's some of the coverage from the pit lane at the moment. For those of you watching along at home, 2 pit lanes in operation here from Sapang. We have multiple different categories here this weekend, and it's a pretty varied program. There is the Asian Carrera Cup Series that's out in operation. That bonnet now down on the McLaren 570S, and they will be rolling in a few moments. And we also have some classic cars running around, as well as the GT3 GTM action coming to you after this one. So quite a few different programs, and I was quite happy to sort of just be chilling out in the background, just keeping an eye on the Asian Porsche Cup. Always love watching some Porsche Cup action as well.
Alrighty, and looks like the grid is just about to get to that last 15-second mark before we get rolling. Well, they go 1 minute mark before we get rolling, and as the drivers get rolling on that warm-up lap, we'll get the grid order up for everybody, and then we'll get into the race.
So, a few viewers joining us from Jakarta. We actually have people in the paddock over at Sapang, United States, and the Netherlands right the way through. So we do have that worldwide contingent. So thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for participating with the commentary and the feed from the Thailand Super Series here this weekend, and have a look at the fans that are packing in above the pit lanes. So get back to the comment about pit lanes. The point was that a bunch of different categories here. That means that pit spaces are at a premium. All of the Thailand Super Series action will be taking their pit lane between turns 14 and 15. So not that pit lane that you're looking at there on the left-hand side as the green flag will wave and they'll move off of the grid. It's the one back over to your right, and the straight before they come to that last corner will be the pit lane that we'll be using here today, Pete.
Yeah, and that makes it a little bit different for the race. So, I mean, this is a straight-out sprint race, right? So it doesn't really matter where the pits are. But what it does mean is if somebody does come in the pits, they stay on the same lap, right? So an out lap for them is only like one corner and then straight back up on the timing screen for everybody. That will make it a little bit easier. But essentially, as a sprint race, I'm not expecting a lot of that anyway this time.
Commentary, a little bit of a discussion coming in from the background. Do we prefer the pit lane from here or Bang Sen? Bang Sen was an interesting one off of the last corner, refeeding back in at the last corner. Obviously not being a permanent track circuit, that's the differences that you experience. And the run down to turn number 1. So my apologies, that was actually the pit lane that we were looking at before, was the one that we were looking at. That's the last corner. That is turn number 1 that we're looking at now. So I've got my ends of the track mixed up. It looks like, Pete, but this corner right here, the long, late apex turn number 1, it is one of the best corners in motorsport, particularly when you've got, we're about to have 7 GTC cars firing in there, with pole position earned by Adam Patera in the Porsche Cayman GT4 car. Off alongside of him will be the 46th entry of Sutemmo Thanapongpan in the McLaren 570S. Chemu Dalmas will be the first of the Trans Am V8 cars in the 35 off of row number 2. Off alongside of him, Manuel Rafael Caceres for CNC Motorsport in the Toyota Supra. Behind them was, I believe, one more of the Trans Am cars in the Nissan GTR R35, and Jalen Robotham, issues in qualifying, will be at the rear of the field in that Trans Am car. Had a ton of speed at Bang Sen and was charging for race wins. It was actually a DQ in qualifying, we're hearing, for Jalen Robotham, which put him to the rear of the field.
Yeah, that's right. So Jalem's down there, and just coming back to that bonnet up on the McLaren. I mean, that couldn't be a mechanical issue because I mean, it's a rear engine car anyway. So maybe they're just checking the oil or topping up with a little bit of water or something.
Maybe even blocking some of the glare coming off the race circuit as well. Yeah. Sometimes a good idea to keep that cockpit cooler.
Something as simple as that with the rear engine car when you got the front bonnet up.
Fair bit of a gap actually in our gridding process at the moment with the Toyota Supra fair way back off the back end here, and of course this is the flat out, was it double apex right hander that brings us onto the back straight. That's Manasseh Sequeiros. He's just created a bit of a gap there. I wonder if that's supposed to be like that. I'm not sure. I think he probably should be up. We might find that he'll get up there just before the race goes green. We've got this whole straight and one more turn, and yeah, here we are. He's condensed the field up. They'll all get condensed. The safety car will get away very shortly, and we'll come round turn 15 and get ready for the green lights and race start. Look out for cold tyres on turn 1, Scotty. Yep, here we go. So this will be forming up the first race of the weekend for the Thailand Super Series GTC race number 5. 7 cars about to be released. 7 cars about to have one of the times of their lives around this complex, flowing, fast, difficult circuit with lots of overtaking opportunities, changeable conditions, sections of the back part of the track. There was still bits and pieces of water in the track as well. So it will be changeable conditions here this weekend. They form up, they're coming to the line. The lights are off and we are green for the Thailand Super Series race number 5 GTC, and there is no hesitation from the Trans Am cars immediately on the gas, and that McLaren's got some legs down the front straight away as well, and into the inside looking for an overtaking opportunity. Not quite going to present itself there for Adam Patera at the front end of things, and Robotham's picked himself up 2 spots there at the tail end of the field, 3 spots as the Toyota Supra Mark IV looks to be having problems. That car was slow on the warm-up lap. I was wondering whether or not there might be a mechanical issue, and I think we might be proved right in just a short period of time.
No, let's not assume that, mate. Remember, the Supra was quite slow comparatively to others in qualifying. That just might be the natural race pace. What I was surprised was Jack Lemvard and Jalen Robotham, how they got away from the start with the GTR and the Mark IV sitting at the back. Those guys just sort of put the pedal down, and their cars just had, with the power, just made the most of that front straight into the first corner. That was a really good start to watch.
Yep, so leading the way at the moment is going to be Sutamno Thangapon with Adam Patera in second. And then comes, it looks like we've got the Porsche GT4 is in there as well. So they're putting quite a fair bit of pressure down in the meantime. And look at them, they're blocking quite aggressively. Robotham's going to go toe-to-toe. Had to back out there. The Porsche Carrera GT4 car has definitely got a lot more braking capacity than the Trans Am cars on the run down into the back end of the circuit at turn number 9. And that is going to hold Jalen Robotham up. That's actually Adam Patera in the Porsche Cayman GT4 car, so he was blocking quite intently. And of course, as soon as they get through this section, Pete, this is where it gets to be all about the downforce levels, all about the GT4s, that shorter wheelbase. They can turn the car, struggles to get the car pulled up from Lemvard. And is that Adam Patera into the barriers all the way out on the right-hand side? No, he's managed to pop out the other side, but in the meantime, it's going to be Jack Lemvard who's struggling to get that car off of the corner. That looked like he might have missed a gear.
He's done something happened to Adam Patera there. I'm not sure whether that's mechanical. It looks like a mechanical. I think he stopped down there after that corner. He came out of that corner just genuinely slow. So not sure what's happened there. That is looks like a mechanical thing to me. But at the same time, the Porsche GT4 went way wide out of that turn 13 complex, come back onto the straight and around Adam. So he had a little bit of a lock up then when he did that. But he's back in the race. So if we can keep an eye and see what's happened to Adam Patera. He seems to have dropped right out of the running here.
So Patera was in the Porsche Cayman GT4. He's managed to get that car going. It was Jack Lemvard's Trans Am 44 that seemed to not find a gear, found a box of neutrals. As they talk about in the meantime, it is that McLaren that's leading the way for Sutamno Thangapon. Now Jalen Robotham's got to get this car wound up and going somewhere. There might have been oil down on the track. There might have been an issue in that section of the track for the fact that Adam Patera went in there at a high rate of speed as well, Pete. That suggests that something wasn't quite right, and the fact that the Robotham got the car pulled up at turn number 14.
Yeah, if I remember right, it could have just been Adam dodging Jack as he came out of that apex genuinely really slow. So maybe a track issue, but maybe just a driver reaction just to make sure that he didn't hit Jack as he was sort of, I don't know what's happened to the car. It looks like it's stopped. We haven't seen it back. It hasn't crossed the start-finish line, so it hasn't recorded the finish of the first lap. So I'm saying that's a mechanical, and it may be on a dangerous part of the track because it's on the exit there of turn 13. That's a really good turn for people to set up and have overtakes. Race director might be doing that under local yellow for the time being, but we'll wait and see what happens out of that.
We're coming up to that section of the track right now, and in the meantime, the pit lane as well is just on the other side of the track, so we should see it on the exit here of turn number 14. If there was an issue, we'd be seeing it right now. In the meantime, Cem Ladelmaz starts to come under a little bit of pressure now from the number 5 entry of Adam Patera as he starts to get back there, trying to break the slipstream though. Sutamno Thangapon, and look at Patera really starting to close up on Cem Ladelmaz. So that'll be a battle that we keep half an eye on. Down to the inside for Patera, gets alongside. Now it's going to be about, can he control the exit? He's forced Cem to lift multiple times there. Now here will be a great opportunity to see the straight line differences between a Trans Am car and a Porsche Cayman GT4. They get alongside, did get a drive, did get a little bit of a run, but it looks like job done there for Adam Patera.
Yeah, that job wasn't, I don't think it was done right until we got into that turn 1 complex there. So that Ford Mustang certainly had the legs to get up and use a little bit of a draft to get just alongside and a little bit of overlap. So Adam had to think carefully where he placed the car. He placed it on the inside with a little bit of defence, but I think right now what we're seeing is he's got a little bit of extra corner speed, and he's a little bit more powerful under brakes. So Adam might just pull away here and get into the fight for P2.
That was a very slowing Jalen Robotham there, so obviously didn't get a great run out of safety car. safety car has actually been deployed, which will be for... Oh, I was starting to think, what's going on there? Because Satemno Thangapongpan was warming the tyres back and forth and all of a sudden seemed to pull away from Robotham. But, and Robotham was caught quite quickly, so they have responded to the issue with Jack Lemvard's car, with the safety car. So 8 laps to go, including the one that we're currently on. And I think we're going to lose probably 2 laps here, Pete, under safety car.
Yeah, it depends where Jack's car is. We haven't seen that on the broadcast yet. So it depends where it is and how easy it is to get off the track or just out of harm's way. It's going to be at least 2 laps, right? So it'll be the first lap and the second lap, and then hopefully we can get the race underway and still get sort of, that'd be six more laps to go, probably 5 more laps to go at full race speed.
So we know that it's somewhere between turn 14 and turn 15. The pit lane is right there. So the options for them to get that car back to the pit lane, the paddock, and get that one repaired and out of the way quickly. They've got quite a lot of options there, and you should see it. Obviously, it's disappeared. It was there on the right-hand side as we come out of this corner. And...
yeah, it's disappeared off the tracker as well, so I'm not quite sure where it's gone. Maybe there's something else. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is some oil or something on the track that we don't know about from race control that's been picked up. And essentially, but if that's the case, we'll probably lose an extra lap if they've got to get some of the oil dust down and clean it up. But at the moment, it gives the guys to take a breath. Just settle in. We know it's a sprint race anyway, whether it's 10 laps or whether it's 5 laps. The drivers, the cars have resorted. They're not in the same order that they qualified in. So that to me says we've still got some racing to go. We've still got some overtaking to go. There is some fun to be had in this race yet.
Well, that's 3 races in a row for the GTC category. We'll take the safety car that I can confirm. So both races at the Bongsan Grand Prix, and that is the Honda safety car for this weekend. And they'll settle themselves down. They've got themselves together nice and quickly, so it might just be this lap, and we might have 6 left to go. For those of you watching along at home, already seen a couple of questions about the category and seeing Trans Am V8s up against GT4 cars. I mean, that's just the thing, Pete. When you've got drivers that are out there with high-performance machines that want to go racing, sometimes as a series, you've got to do bits and pieces to allow them to get out here. And the benefit is that we get to see cars of various different spec, various different strengths and weaknesses all competing in the one category, particularly GT4 versus Trans Am. Such a difference between these cars.
Yeah, it is such a difference, but I mean, you don't want to race with only 3 cars or 4 cars on track. So, to bring a couple of different categories together that are reasonably close and complementary in terms of performance and the way they drive, it allows the drivers to have that driving challenge, to have other cars to race against, rather than. But it also, gives us more entertainment. It gives us a few more cars on the track. So it's been called. Safety car is in this lap, so. We should be looking forward to a relatively quick race restart. We still don't know why it was pulled out, but looking forward to getting going, and it'll be 6 laps to go at the start of this one.
The racing fan in me just saw the windscreen wipers go on for the safety car, and the racing fan in me is incredibly excited. I don't know whether or not somebody's going to turn the lights off there and bumped the wrong button, but I would be hoping, against hope, that we get to see a little bit of water out on the track. That would really excite things. And for Adam Patera, looking to continue that level of consistency and domination in this category, that is absolutely something that he would want to see. In the meantime, Satenmo Thanayaponpan has control of the field. We'll be back to green flag racing in just a few moments as the safety car is going to dive into the right-hand side of the track. Immediately here, no, it'll be all the way down on the front straight.
It'll be the main pit lane, yep. So safety car will hand over to the leader very shortly, and the leader will take control of the field. Safety car will pull away, come around 15, and pull into the main pits.
And we'll be moments away. By the way, ladies and gents, this race is time limited to a 30-minute maximum time. But for 10 laps, we should have more than enough time. And immediately, Satamno Thangapongpan does not wait to get back onto the loud pedal, and he will lead us back to green flag racing. Weaving left and right, breaks a little bit of that draft, a little bit extra tire temperature when they get down here to turn number 1. How close is Adam Patera going to be with the Porsche Cayman? Will he have the ability to outbrake the larger horsepowered, longer wheelbase Trans Am car of Jalen Robotham? He's right there and tucked underneath the rear wing, looking for drive off of turn number 2, as they will turn and run down the hill through turn number 3, flat out just about the whole way around here. Fractional lift to keep the car underneath you. The GT4 cars will be more than flat out. Now the Trans Am car shows a little bit of the legs that he's got underneath him. A 2:17.420 thus far is going to be the fastest lap of the race.
That was a magnificent restart by Satanamo. That was awesome. That McLaren, he just got that right on the exit, right the earliest point he could put the foot down, and that thing had just had some mumbo and pulled away. That was a beautiful restart. So well done. I think Adam's got some work to do there to pull the Porsche back in front of the Ford Mustang of Jalen. But and he's going to have to make the most of it. The Mustang is really, really settled well in the corners, and
here goes.
I would have expected that the Porsche would have been better in the corners than the Mustang on the straight. But so Jalen's got that Mustang set up really, really well. He's got power in the corners, speed in the corners, and power on the straights.
And we've lost the Nissan as well. The Nissan GTR R35 of Manuel Caceres was also languishing down towards the back end of the field. Now down the inside, Jalen Robotham trying to get the power back on. This is one of the slower sections of the track, trying to square that car off and get back to the gas. This is where Lemvard tried to go down and underneath and look for the gap, and that's where, unfortunately, we think it might have been the gearbox failed for Lemvard. But in the meantime, the top 3 throw a blanket over underneath them, because right now you've got 3 different cars, 3 different manufacturers, 3 different styles of car, and there's nothing to separate them, Pete. This is GT racing.
This is what we come to watch cars for. And here we go. Adam's having a look up the inside. I don't think he's close enough there to get up the inside. He's going to have to look for a really good exit and try and get a little bit of draft and come around on the main straight. But again, the difference in that Mustang, look at that pull away. Even with the Porsche sitting in the draft, the Mustang's just got the legs on it at the moment. So Adam's going to have a real think about how he uses his driver skills here to maximise the corner speed of the Porsche, the advantage that he seems to have under brakes.
And the critical thing as well is it's not just cars that are different here. So Robotham's Australian, Satanmo Thangapongpan is Thai, and Adam Patera is Malaysian. So we've got, again, 3 different nationalities of drivers, and Patera's right there again and showcasing the low-speed grip of that Porsche Cayman. And now look at the margin that this has allowed Satanmo to really pull away. And Robotham's got his work cut out for him. Here comes Patera to the inside at turn number 5. Job done. Now he's going to have to hold off that Trans Am V8 of Jalen Robotham, but that was a sensational move. He pulled the trigger at the last possible moment on that one, Pete.
He did. He used it, and he's cool. He seems to have just a little bit of advantage under brakes, but I wouldn't say it's job done yet. I think Jalen's still got. He's going to have a lot of fight in him, and Jalen's going to have a crack over the rest of his lap, try and line himself up for an overtake when he gets the horsepower advantage of that Mustang really going.
All of the track exit space used there by the GT4 car, and now Robotham back to the outside. It looks to be the medium speed corners that Robotham's actually got quite a lot of grip, because yes, he's got the horsepower coming off of turn 4 through turn 5, turn 6. The car looks balanced those medium speeds. It's the slow corners where he's really struggling to get the car pulled up and turned.
Yeah, it's looking awesome. You got to love the racing. But what it's done, it's given Satamna an awesome advantage pulling away at the front there. He's got now like nearly a 1 second gap over Jalen and Patera whilst Patera fight. And as we all know, watching racing, when drivers get into a fight like that, it costs them time. And somebody like in a position like Satamna will get to pull away.
Have a look at Patera using all the curbs a little bit more. That Porsche looked a little unsettled coming off of turn 14 that time, using all the road. And again, look at him. He's just covering it off. He just says, you don't want to come down the inside here. This is where the Porsche will be quite quick. And look at the entry line now from Robotham, as he will try and square the corner off and get back to the gas. But that definition, that difference in speed coming off of the corner, by the time they get down here halfway along the straights, it's taken back over again, but it takes so long for the Trans Am V8 to take it along. And notes just come through from race control, Pete. The warning to Adam Patera for exceeding track limits.
Oh, that'll be for running off the curbs. He's done that now a couple of times. Obviously, he did that when Jack Lemvard had his car issue, and we don't know whether that was a response or not. And he did that again on that lap when he was fighting. And when you do it when you're fighting, that's the sort of thing that the race director is going to have a much closer look at rather than avoiding an accident. But yeah, no, Adam's going to have to keep an eye on how far he uses the track or how much track he uses, but it looks like he's just got a little bit of an advantage now over Jalen, and just maintaining a little bit of a gap there that might give him, it's not a lot of comfort, but just enough to be able to race on the race line and maximise his lap speed.
That's it. It's what a great quote. Talks about racing drivers in the recent past, and it was the rule breakers. Every single one of them wants to break the rules. They just pick and choose the rules that are going to get them penalised. And now look at how close Robotham is. But then Patera puts the brakes on a good 10 metres or so later and just shoots off under braking. So it's going to be very difficult for Robotham to get that spot back now.
Yeah, it will be. I think the advantage that Adam's got under braking is going to make it almost too difficult, unless he makes a mistake in a corner and Jalen actually gets a really good run on him. I think he might be able to secure this through to the end, but certainly it's not over. Yeah, you're insinuating, Scotty, that race drivers actually read the rules.
They do, because they have to know what are the ones that you can sort of step a toe over, and then step back in line. We've all done that. I don't know a child alive that hasn't tried to dip a toe over a line they were not supposed to.
Well, certainly these guys are dipping wheels over the lines they're not supposed to, and that's why people get a warning for track limits. But no, all good tongue in cheek. We know that every good race driver will understand the rules to their own extent, make the maximum advantage that they can within and around what's not written in the rules, for those that think outside the box. And at the end of the day, that's the race director's job to try and keep the ball in line with a certain rule set. But look, yeah, this race has settled down just a little bit now. I think Adam's just eked out just enough of a gap. I say, not comfortable. He can't afford to make a mistake, but he's able to just race his race now, stay in the race line without defending. So he'll be able to sort of just get that little bit of extra pace. Can he get some back on Satomno? I'm not sure. I think the McLaren's got a really good gap there with 3 seconds to go. 2 seconds, 3 laps to go. 2 seconds is a big gap to catch up on a track like this. So we might be seeing a mistake to see any of these first 3 positions change.
So we'll keep our eyes on the margins. Probably the closest one in terms of what we're looking at the moment is that margin still between Patera and Robotham.
Yeah, well, it's only a half a second, so Robotham's certainly going to keep the pressure on. I think there's no way he's going to let off here, and he's got to keep the pressure on. He's got to keep as close to Adam as he can, and essentially, if Adam's good enough and doesn't make a mistake, he'll hold it. But if Robotham can keep the pressure up there, then Adam's got to stay clean to stay in front. That's that makes for awesome racing. When you're driving and you're even if you're the guy behind, just knowing that you're getting in the mindset of somebody by keeping pressure on. That's a really big part of a race.
Yeah, in terms of things, we just had updated point settings come our way as well. The GTC cross with Trans Am V8 category has Patera, Satamno, Robotham, and Lemvard in it. So Lemvard is obviously going to DNF out of this race. And then GTC Supercar, which is a slightly different formation of the regulations, contains also Thangapon Pan, Satamno, Adam Patera, and Manuel Rafael Caceres is the difference between those point standings. So that's the one where Patera and Satamno are tied neck and neck. And that is the Toyota Supra Mark IV receiving blue flag to let him know that he has the horde of angry hornets on their way down to get underneath him at turn 1. He's going to give them a whole berth of space and says, yep, I'm not racing anyone at the moment. Let's get right out of the way and not impact this race whatsoever. So great job there from Manasseh Caceres.
Mate, that is magical driving from Manasseh Caceres. He's there in his own race, and he knows that he didn't want to get in the way of the guys fighting for the podium there or the win, and he's just done a magnificent job lapping at the back of the field there.
Also, a big shout out to those of you watching along over on our Speed Cafe broadcast as well, because we are doing a dual broadcast to Speed Cafe. So a big shout out to everyone watching along at speedcafe.com and on Speed Cafe TV as well so far this weekend. But with less than 2 laps left to run here in this one, Satanmo Thangapongpan was leading by 2 seconds prior to the start of that lap. Now it's down to 1.9 seconds. So the response is coming from Patera, but it might just be too little too late. If he cleared Robotham a little bit quicker, he might have been in with a chance, but that's something else we'll have to keep an eye on for race number 6 tomorrow from the GTC cars as well, was that the Trans Am cars were very, very quick off that start. An initial launch there, Pete. That's where they were strong.
Yeah, they were. They were super strong off the start. But don't underestimate. Satano has the opportunity here just to maintain and manage the gap, right? So instead of going flat out in the McLaren, he's got a 2-second lead. He can go up and down a few tenths of a second as he goes over Lee's last couple of races, but essentially keep himself well in the control window of the driver without the limits. But if he lets that go a little bit too far, Adam puts a little bit too much pressure on him, then this last lap might heat up a bit.
Well, that margin holding steady currently. We'll get our final time check as they come across the start-finish line to start the final lap of race number 5 for the GTC. It's been dominated by the McLaren thus far. He's got one more lap left to do, one more opportunity for Adam Patera to close down in and breaking the toe on the last lap, enjoying the sights of the Sapang International Circuit, racing from Malaysia, popular racetrack as well. The drivers were ecstatic to be returning here as a part of the Thailand Super Series in 2023. And indeed, in 2024, post the COVID era, it's a popular track on the schedule. And you can see why, ladies and gents. Long flowing corners, lots of opportunity to wind these cars up and show all that the world of GT4 racing and Trans Am racing has to offer. I'm starting to wonder whether or not Robotham's tyres are starting to fall away. Patera did take half a second out of Thangapongpan on that last lap. So this one isn't over, Pete.
Yeah, half a second. When you've got a 2-second gap, half a second's okay if Satamno is managing his tyres there and managing his own race pace. Remember, he only has to win by a second. He only has to win by being in front. He doesn't have to win by 10 seconds, and he doesn't have to burn everything up to get there once he's in front. So he's got the ability here to manage, and again, like Robotham sitting on the back of Adam Patera before, Adam's now got the chance to just sneak up a little bit closer and put a little bit of that mind game pressure on to Satamno as he sort of finishes through the rest of the lap. But if he took half a second out the last end, he might get within a second, but catching up is one thing, overtaking is another. Quote from the Master Murray.
Yep, and it's going to be a couple of corners left to go. The run down to turn number 12, the left-hander here, and then they will climb the elevation changes that are part and parcel of racing in Sapang. The 2 long straights that finish the lap. Such a tricky corner down here at 13 and 14, the double apex, the late apex, getting the power down. And have a look at the rear end of that McLaren wiggle around. So he's not hanging around about it, wants to absolutely win and make sure that there's nothing to chase for.
Yeah, and he's still breaking the draft as well. So Adam's in his head, which is good to know.
I think you can see him getting that little bit closer. The final corner of race number 5 for the Thailand Super Series, and a correction mid-corner there for Satamno Thangapongpan. So we will need to keep an eye on tyres tomorrow. But for today, the job has been done. It's been run and won by Satamno Thangapongpan, and GT4 wins over Trans Am V8. This time by Adam Patera will follow home in second. Robotham rounds out the podium for our GTC category, and then it'll be a long wait back here for Chem Yildelmaz, who will finish in 4th place as well. Crosses the finish line to finish off race number 5, and Manuel Caceres is the last car. Sorry, my apologies. It would be... We just saw, Chem cross the start-finish line. It is Manasa Caceres in the Toyota Supra Mark IV will be the last car to cross the start-finish line. Finish off racing here, but time to celebrate our winner. I mean, he did it in style. He got the great jump, even though Patera had control of the field on that first lap, Pete, and then he just never looked back.
Oh, I think the biggest thing he did was that restart. That restart was just magic, and he got almost a 1 to 1.5 second gap just on the restart alone. And that could be the difference for the whole race. So managing that the way he did, I think the other drivers will have a look at that and how he did it, where he took that. I think all the other categories will have a look at that and where he did that restart, because that was a magic restart for someone in the lead of a race.
Yep. So fastest lap of the race at 2:17.2. Was Sutamno faded towards the tail end. Down his last lap was a 2:17.5. So it was that last lap and that second last lap where the tyres may have started to go, or protecting the margin, not taking any undue risk. But Patera, I tell you what, Patera in that Porsche, he was on those curbs aggressively, and he was not lifting.
No, he wasn't lifting, but look, he was playing the limits. He was playing the edges of the track. He was doing everything he can to get up. And remember, he was sitting fourth in the race at one stage. And he lost quite a lot of time with the Lemvard incident at the start of the race. So he had to make that back up. Fortunately, the safety car got him back up there and got him into a position where he could fight. But then, I think it was enough to get past the Jalen Robotham Mustang. It probably took just a little bit too much out of the tyres, and then just put him in a position where second was the best he was going to get, because Sutamno was just so fast today.
And have a look at the team celebrating as well. Straight down and in there for Sutamno, Thangapongpan and crew from the full function Wangpu racing team. Ecstatic with that one.
They know that makes the difference. That breaks the deadlock between them and Adam Patera in the championship. So they're going to be absolutely wrapped with that. And for the Thai driver to take that home, that's a big thing.
Yeah, on enemy territory, and Robotham's going to walk up there and shake his hand as well. And then I believe that was Adam Patera as well down in our podium area. And you can tell that they're all down there. They're just enjoying it. Obviously taking some recordings for social media. You got to do that. You've absolutely got to do that when you win a race. You've got to celebrate. I was talking to somebody actually earlier today about sim racing. You celebrate every win. Doesn't matter what you've won, how you've won it. You celebrate every win.
Oh, I wouldn't know, mate. I don't get them. But I celebrate every podium like it's a win. That's how I do it. No, the spirit's the same. You get out there, you put all of this effort into a race weekend in terms of you're getting there, the logistics to get there, to get all the team there, to get the car out, to get it set up, to get all the tyres right, to get your engine humming right, to have the fuel right, to have the specs all right, and you pull it all together, and you walk away with a P1, maximise the trophy. That's just a magnificent feeling. But it's not just the driver; it's the driver and the team. They've all done it together.
Final results coming your way, ladies and gentlemen, in 24 minutes and 26 seconds for 10 racing laps, including a safety car period for Thangapongpan Sutamno and full function Wangpu. They will win race number 1 over Adam Patera. Sorry, race 5 of the championship season. Jalen Robotham there in the first of the Trans Ams. So tyres were a struggle for the Trans Am cars. It looks like they fired off really, really well, whereas the GT4s brought their tyres in a little bit slower. Chemil Dolmaz will finish 4th in the second of the Trans Am entries. Manasseh Manuel Carceres at 1 lap down, the last car circulating. The cars that didn't finish were the R35 Nissan GTR and the Trans Am Ford Mustang of Jack Lemvard as well. This is the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it looked like, and there is a white Trans Am car at the front end of the field. That will disappear at the tail end of race number 1. It'll be interesting to find out what's going on there. And this was the early battle as well. I think this is critical between Robotham and Patera, and this just kicked on and kicked on and kicked on between these two guys. There was no love lost there, Pete.
No, and you see Patera ran him right out wide on the track there to make the most of that overtake. So, he's a cheeky driver.
Yeah, look at the correction, though. Robotham wanted to turn down on him and cut him off when he went for the move there from Patera. Turn number 4. Couldn't quite get the door shut. And from there, it was going to be control in the form of Sutamno Thangapongpan, but it was Adam Patera who was closing at a rate of knots. Give him another 2 laps, we might have had a different winner, and we might have had a race on for the victory, but it was only a 10-lap race, and Sutamno did all he needed to do to win 10 laps here today.
that sexy McLaren is on the front step of the podium, mate. How good is that?
It is. Love seeing the McLaren. It's just such a beautiful car, Pete.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you look at them, and I remember I was just in my local shopping centre and somebody had a 570 McLaren sitting there as one of those raffle tickets. And it was like, I come straight back, bought it on iRacing and drove it that day, right? It's just magic. The things just, you get up close and personal to them, you just fall in love with them. They're just awesome cars.
I thought I just fell in love with racing cars, particularly other people's racing cars. I fall more in love with them when they hand me the keys, so...
As we wait for the podium, a point to note there, it was actually Jalen Robotham that got the fastest lap of that race, mate.
Was it?
2:16.391.
Okay, so it was the tyres that fell away. I mean, that is part and parcel of Trans Am cars. They do put a lot of... They are a heavier car. They're a longer wheelbase. They've got more power. They do put a lot more effort and energy into those tyres, so...
Yeah, that's right. And that's nearly a second faster than both of the GTC cars. So, so there's that Mustang of Jalen, that's really well set up, even though he's sort of sitting there on third. He's going to challenge again tomorrow. I've no doubt about it.
Well, if you actually have a look at his last lap of the race as well, so you did what, a 2:16? His last lap of the race was a 2:18.212. So the tyre fall off over the distance of 10 laps, including a safety car period where they're allowed to cool off a little bit, was quite dramatic from the Trans Am cars. So that's why he was so aggressive on the opening lap.
Yeah. Seeing those Mustangs on the open lap, that's a fantastic thing to watch. Awesome.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in the near future with more from the Sapang International Circuit. On behalf of Thailand Super Series, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more.
Speedcafe.com, your number one source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. When I come and go, you told me you would not succeed. Not like your friends with super wealthy families. Tears in your eyes, you set the bar kinda high. Would do anything to forget your father's goodbye. Guess I didn't fit in that frame of your life, but I hope that you find all that love in your kids and your wife. Now you play out with the big boys, finally get some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. Now you happy. I hope you are happy. When I come and go, you told me you would not succeed. Not like your friends with super wealthy families. Tears in your eyes, you set the bar kinda high. Would do anything to forget your father's goodbye. Guess I didn't fit in that frame of your life, but I hope that you find all that love in your kids and your wife. Now you're playing with the big boys, finally get some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. Now you're playing with the big boys, finally get some big toys, some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. When I long ago, you told me you would not succeed. Not like your friends with super wealthy families. Tears in your eyes, you set the bar kinda high. Would do anything to forget your father's goodbye. Guess I didn't fit in that frame of your life, but I hope that you find all that love in your kids and your wife. Now you play out with the big boys, finally get some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. Now you play out with the big boys, finally get some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. This is not my first song about you. Crazy how I'm still thinking about you. This is not my first song about you, about you, about you. I feel like I'm still the same. How about you? And what if we ever meet in our kids' school? And you say you've been thinking of me too. Now you're playing with the big boys, only get some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. Now you're playing with the big boys, only get some
speedcafe.com, your number one source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com. First, fast and free.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one race out of the way today for the Thailand Super Series. Now it's time for the other. And one of the differences that we're going to be seeing across this weekend is that we're going to have the GTC category out on the track on its own for their set race distance races, but the other categories within the Thailand Super Series have a 60-minute race. We're going to see the combination of all those in just a few moments, including the Thailand Supercar GT3 Series. My name is Scott Rankin. Off alongside of me and my offsider for this event, I had to badger him into commentating with me. It's Peter Baxter. Pete, you were looking for a nice weekend off, and I said, let's commentate some GT3 action, buddy.
Oh, mate, watching motorsport is a weekend off. Look, lovely to be here. It's my hobby since I was 9 years old, so you can't consider something you enjoy so much work, mate. So awesome to be here. Looking forward to seeing 27 cars on the grid at this wonderful Sapang circuit. The precursor to the modern day Formula One circuit. It's just something awesome to be a part of.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the category, and then we'll probably do a little bit of an intro on the track as well. I do believe we actually have a track map, track ride-along that we can cross to in a little bit. But most importantly, let's talk about the cars to start off with. We have the Supercar GTM class, which is a mix of a Lamborghini Super Trofeo, a Lexus RCF GTM, a Porsche 991 GT3 Evo car, and the Ford Mark Mustang. As well as some 992 GT3 Cup cars, another Lexus, and a Lamborghini Super Huracan. Then we have the GT3 cars as well, and we have our GT4 cars. So this is quite a dynamic mix, and we're actually effectively going to be seeing multi-class racing out there on the track circulating all together.
Oh, without a doubt. And don't forget that each of the classes, the cars, have a balance of performance impact. So they all have little additions of additional weight in the cars, depending on what they are. So, for example, the Audi R8 GT3 is carrying an extra 45 kilograms, which takes it up to 1305. All of the cars have got varying but specified front and rear ride heights and air inlet restrictor sizes. So it's quite a technical category, but the whole aim of it is actually to bring the cars closer together and make it a driver competition.
And it's done through sensors at a variety of different points in the cars. Obviously, power is certainly an important one. Weight is one of those balance of performance things that they can really do. So they can put restrictors in the engine, but there's also downforce limitations, tire pressures, the majority of things. The cars within the categories are operating on the same Yokohama tires this weekend, and we actually will say a thank you at this point in time to Yokohama for coming in this weekend. Hankook, normally the tire supplier, unfortunately was an issue with getting the tires here, which was related to a supply issue with something going on within Hankook. So Yokohama have come on board and at least made sure that we have a consistent tire supply for the weekend. Everyone's on the same rubber. That was super important with the expansion of the category after Bang Sen. And that's, you can see that they've got the tires down there. There is a slight chance of rain, slight risk of rain. So, you know, how they plan that and manage that is going to be important. But balance of performance on the cars is incredibly important in a category like this, where you've got so many differences amongst the cars. You've got to monitor the G-forces that the cars are pulling and the acceleration, the downforce. There's a lot going on here. And a lot of people look at a GT3 category right the world over and go, oh, you know, it's simple. You know, they've got it right. They do balance the performance right the way across the weekend, Pete. It's not just show up, the car's already set up and ready to race.
No, absolutely. I mean, the balance of performance will be reviewed again after this race, and we might get some adjustments in weights and heights before the second race. But what I want to say about the tyres is having the Yokohama tyres is new to everybody. So everybody's going to be on a bit of a learning curve. And we're just about to get into the driver intros. So I hand back to you, Scotty. But that change in tyres at a late notice will actually change their data and will actually change how the cars perform, because every manufacturer has subtle differences, and that will impact the last little bit of grip on the track. But anyway, let's get ready. We've got driver intros coming up. So.
Yeah, that's it. It is one of the best tracks, in my view, right the world over. We are going to be bringing you combined GT3, GTM, and GT4 racing from the Sapang, Malaysia circuit. This is the Thailand Super Series. And ladies and gents, I tell you what, I am excited for this one. We have an expanded grid for GT3 here this weekend. We will have 14 cars taking to the circuit in the GT3 category, expanded out from, I believe, the 6 or so it was at Bongsen. We've seen a huge intake in terms of the cars, and that is our GT3 championship at the moment. The number 9 Lexus has been super consistent, have not won a race yet this season, but if you have a look at who's immediately behind them in terms of the championship standings as well, with Vincent Fiorendo and Marcus Winkelhock, that car has been incredibly quick, has potentially been the fastest outright one-lap car, but at the same time, they balance the performance comes into play. They have a longer pit stop because they have the only platinum driver in the field.
Oh, there's one other platinum driver in the field, but we'll get to him shortly. But yes, you are right. They do have a pit stop premium as a result of having Marcus Winkelhock in the car. Marcus set the fastest time in Q2, so it'll be interesting to see how that impacts them over the race.
New intakes to our GT3 AM field. The race winners and indeed the only drivers that were participating in that category at round number 1 at the Buriram International Circuit was the number 91 car. Now this time out, they will have a lot more cars off alongside of them. The GT3 AM class is expanded out from that one car. At round number 1, the 99 car was not able to make its attendance at round number 1. Indeed, I believe that's actually a 888 car managed out of Australia by 888 Racing as well. There's now 5 cars within that category, and this is the GTM category. This is a mixture of a whole bunch of different cars, but again, it's been the consistency of this number 33. This is a previous generation of the 991 Porsche Cup car as well. So this is an old tech car, and the 992 generation of cars have been struggling to keep up with it at Bang Sen. They dominated that weekend, and the only blip in terms of their race performances thus far, race 2 at Chang.
Yeah, that's an incredible result, isn't it? Three wins out of 4 races. Those guys are flying. So it'll be good to see how they go. But they're going to be mixed up with faster and slower cars today. So on a really wide track. So we'll see how that impacts their race.
And you might have noticed as we looked at that graphic as well, the 24 car in the AM class for these guys is a single driver entry. It's a Lexus RCF GTM driven by Cheran Sukawantana Nadavude. And that is a single driver entry, no co-driver for that car, which means they have to take on additional balance of performance. They've won the other race from this category, so between those 2 cars they have won every single race. That's going to be tough and difficult in what is going to be a very, very humid track here this weekend. And then we have the Porsche Super Sprint Trophy as well for time. This is all the Porsche cars that are available into us, and I believe this actually is all the Porsche Cup cars that are part of our GTM field as well.
Yeah, and you can see the number 33 is killing that one. So that's just the Porsche only cup, and the guys are just rocking that. We're good to see a little bit of competition, I think, today. We might see some.
And then also don't forget the GT4 cars. These are the slowest of our cars up and down the field in terms of overall car performance. Whether or not the driver performance, well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. The one blip in their season came last time out at Bang Sen. It was the last race of the weekend, and that one was taken out by the 88 car. It's been very quick, very consistent performances, but there was an incident in that race for the number 99 GT4 car. I believe it was actually with the Mark car that weekend. So they are looking to continue their dominance of the championship this weekend from Sapang. And this is the GT4 Porsche Sprint category. There is only the one entry in terms of this class, and it has been dominated by the 88 Porsche thus far. This weekend, they will be joined by the 32 car, which is a new entry to the series, also for B-Quik Absolute Racing. So it'll be in-team battle within that one, driven by Smit Irwin. And Sandy Stuvik will be the two drivers out of that one. Sandy Stuvik, an internationally silver-rated driver as well. Bronze rating for Irwin de Smit. And they're starting to form up here, Pete. The Aston Martin car will be an interesting one to talk about. This is their home track, their home circuit. They did struggle at Bungsen, struggled with getting the consistency down. They were just not at home that weekend, whether or not there might have been some further difficulties from the mechanical side of things, but they were a long, long way off the pace. When you return to a track like this, all of a sudden you get the opportunity to shake the car down and go, yes, was it us? Was it the car? Was there something wrong? Were we just not on the pace this weekend?
Yeah, well, it's always nice to come home, right? So your home track, normally you've got more testing data than anywhere else. You've got an ability here to sort of pull out and just look into that data and get that history out. And you can see whether, maybe the car had something wrong with it, or maybe the driver was just a little bit off at the time. But well, let's see how it goes. It hasn't got a lot of weight added to it. It's only got 10 kilograms added to it. So it looks like it might be a fairly quick car. Before we get in the driver list, I think, there we go. We're onto the track there, Scotty.
Yeah, and this is it. It's that long front straightaway down into what is an incredibly wide turn number one, at least in the entry portion of it. Tightens up as you head down the hill into turn number two. Two very slow hairpins to start the track off. It's a Herman Tilke special because from there on out, it's just about horsepower, about flowing the car. Downforce is incredibly, incredibly important here, and nobody will know that better than the winner of the 12 Hours of Sapang earlier in the year, Marcus Winkelhock. Did manage to come home with the victory as a part of that team earlier on in the year, but a different driver that he'll be partnering with here this weekend.
Yeah, and as a new driver to the series, Marcus and his team will have the. Actually, no, he's not a new driver. He's still in the
he's
series.
Been here a while. Yep.
He only has the platinum balance of performance addition to his pit stop times. We'll talk a little bit about that now. So the balance of performance for pit stop times, there's a standard 80-second pit stop time for every car, and then there's an additional time depending on the class of your driver. So a bronze and a bronze driver is your standard, so they don't have an additional time. And then what you do is, if you get a silver driver in, then you've got an additional 30 seconds. If you've got a platinum driver in, you've got an additional 32 seconds added to your time. And there's also a success balance. So if you come first, second, or third, you get 15, 10, or 5 seconds added to your pit stop time. And for all of those that are new entries to the series, and I think there's about 8 of them, new entries, it's a 15-second premium to your pit stop time. So you can't just pluck some superstar driver out of anywhere across the world, bring him in, and just have them win and drive away. They'll start with a 15-second pit stop time. So the biggest balance of performance time is just over 3 minutes, or right on 3 minutes. And that's in the GT4 categories. They have a longer pit stop to start with, and the shortest time is around about 95 seconds for most of the GT3 cars. So we're looking at fairly long pit stops, well and truly enough time to do what they need in terms of change tyres and change drivers, and then we get them back out and on the race.
Important to note as well, ladies and gents, if you were just watching that is the Porsche 992 GT3 cars. It's 991.2 GT3 Evo cars. They have made up pole position and the front row. Both of those new additions to the category for this round here at Sapang. And thus far it has been dominated by the Audis out of the B-Quik category. So 2 new teams make their way in and dominate qualifying. Then it's the first of the B-Quik Audis. It's the 27 car. So they're on to a flyer. That one driven by Hal Lin and Richard Huang. Also, new driver pairing coming in this weekend. Have not driven together for that 27 car thus far this weekend. Then we start to get into some of the newer entries. Have not seen a BMW as well so far in the Thailand Super Series this season. There have been an introduction of 6 BMW cars, one of them an M6, the rest of them M4 cars. There's Vincent Florindo and Marcus Winkelhock, the furthest up of our championship contenders on this one. And I believe race number 1 will be the slower driver starting the car. So it'll be Marcus Florindo starting the car. Winkelhock will be in to finish the race off. And then we get across to another one of those BMWs as well. A lot of these BMW contenders coming out of China and Chinese Taipei as well. So with the step across to Sapang, again, expanding that international capability of the Thailand Super Series. I love that, Pete, the fact that you get drivers from all around the world at a track like Sapang and they all cluster and everyone wants to drive these big fast cars. It's GT3 racing at its finest. Dirty air, I think, is going to be a talking point that we'll get onto during the broadcast at some point today as well.
I mean, look, Sepang's one of those world-famous tracks, right? It was known for Formula One. It's known around the world for MotoGP. It's a track purposely built really for MotoGP with big, long runoffs, gravel sand traps. So if you come off, some of these cars will likely get stuck if they do come off in the gravel sand traps, and that really ruins a race. But it certainly slows the cars down, and it's all there for safety. So, yeah, a magical track. And, yeah, I'm disappointed there's no Australian drivers here, Scotty. So I noticed there's two Kiwis. So we might have to jump on their bagger and make them pseudo-Australians for the race.
I do know that there is some talking in the background. There's a couple of Aston Martin GT4s that might be joining this category in the near future. That has not been finalised as of yet, but they are working on it. So keep your eyes peeled for the final race. The final round of the season will be held in December back at Chang International Circuit in Thailand itself. In the meantime, there's actually a non-competition round. Guess where these guys? They're going from one Formula One circuit to another one. They're going to be joining the Singapore Grand Prix as one of the support races. It will be a non-points paying round, so it'll just be for line honours over in Singapore. So fast flowing track over to another street course, Pete. These guys are going to love that.
And I'll tell you what, the Singapore Grand Prix track is one hell of a fast street track. It's a monster. You can't make a mistake there because the walls are close, but yeah, the straights are long and the corners are tight. So a really good track to sort of challenge them from this one to that one.
And this is another one of the new entries here. Alex Liu and Philip Ma in the GT3 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 coming from Australia. We're quite fond of our V8 engine cars, and the Mercedes is basically, in terms of a sim racing perspective, it's pretty much the most popular one in Australian sim racing. For that very loud, growling AMG GT3, BMW. His car was not loved by a lot of people for its initial previews. It was the look on the outside. Since then, it's grown on a number of people, including the 91 team. Team AAI of Chu Huan Chen will be at the wheel, I believe, to start this race as well. And have a look at those tyre bundles that they're walking behind the wall, Pete. When you come to Sapang, you've always got to have a pair of wet tyres handy.
Yeah, well, qualifying, for those that don't know, qualifying was actually a declared wet session. So the times were done in a wet session. The track was relatively drying during the qualifying. So the speeds, I think we'll see some faster speeds than qualifying here because the track is a lot drier this afternoon than it was during the qualifying. But, yeah, it is Malaysia, and, you know, anywhere along the equator, it doesn't drizzle. It's either the shower is on or the shower is off. So, when it's raining, the track is wet. And you see by those wet weather tyres, they're not intermediates by any way, shape or form. They are big grooved wet weather tyres designed for GT cars.
I'm sorry, Pete. I'll have to interrupt you. That Aston Martin was on screen for a few moments. At the fans at home, that might want to become your favourite car because it's certainly my favourite car in the field. This one's an interesting one always to talk about. Team owner Hank Kicks alongside of Eshan Pieris for the 26 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. Hank, originally from the Netherlands, has started this B-Quik racing, or owns the B-Quik racing outfit as well. If you see any of the B-Quik drivers, part of the deal of racing for those guys is that you must work in B-Quik. So you can get your racing tyres changed by a racing driver. This is the driver that is driving solo, the 24 entry in the GTM class. He will have a tough weekend ahead of him. The Lamborghinis were a phenomenal pair of cars to watch out of the Bang Seng Grand Prix weekend. And unfortunately, one of them went home in tears. I have a feeling it was the 77 off the top of my head. We had Super Trofeo, and then a Hurricane as well. The Hurricane, I believe, was an older spec Lamborghini. No, it was might be a Gallardo. Gee, now I'm really thinking. Have I got my wires crossed here?
Either way, maybe it's 70 races you've been watching, Scotty. Look, we're just about ready to get going on the warm-up lap. It's a 1 hour race today, plus 1 lap. So it's crossing the finish line after that 1 hour race. We'll take the checkered flag. And there is a compulsory pit stop between the 25th and the 35th minute. The race director will call that those pit windows are open, and we'll try to keep you up to date with everything that's going on. So, as Scotty mentioned, it's the junior of the drivers or the amateur of the drivers starting off the race, and we'll see the professionals jumping in mostly at the end to finish the race.
Well, this is the starting grid, and it was those two Porsches that did take control in qualifying. Vidakorn, Intrafuzak, and family member Sanopol as well off of the front row in the Porsche 991.2. Off alongside of them, Adrian De Silva, Marco Giltrap in the 61 entry. Lin Hao Huang Rohan in the Absolute B-Quik Racing GT327 car was third after qualifying. Rolling over quickly, Adasak and Akash Nandi in the B-Quik team. The 25 car, Samson Chen, Lu Choi Wong Kenneth. In the 68 car, Anderson Teneto and Eduardo Mortara, my apologies, is the other platinum driver for another Absolute B-Quik Racing Audi. Camlung Racing car deep in the pack there, and we're going to keep diving through them nice and quickly. There are 26 cars to get through. Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang for the Viper Nizza Racing GT3, Hank Kicks and Eshin Pierres in the B-Quik Racing Audi. Nada Vude will be the first of the GTM cars in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand car. Saravat Sarithanakul and Afik Yazid in the 77 GTM, Falfong Chen Chalia and Jacqueline Davi in the 33. Munkong Sathrin Kirakul, and we'll throw it over to 19th. Simon Chen, Sean Thong in the 10. Mak Hank Tang and Michael Choi in the 8. Natachak Haching Kasem and Kantadi Kasuri in the 17. Sushori Kentaro and Chris Vusarantna in the 38. Iro Razanakuto and Shannon Asafana Singt in the 88, and the 99, Natanid, Dethachom, and Fukurat. And then finally, on the back end of our grid is the 19 of Sudapong, Smitrat, and Grant Sudafong, Erwin DeSmit, and Sandy Stuvik in that 32 entry, and Sam Collins and Craig Corliss in the Mark Car 37 for Ford, Lanatek Liquimoli Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our grid. That's the 27 cars that will be taking to the field for GT3, GTM, and GT4 racing action. And they are forming up on their way to run down. Now, we're just a few moments away from starting. At the moment, Pete, it is dry. We did see some Porsche Cup cars in the break laying down some rubber. This is going to be an interesting start, and that Porsche Cup car race started in tears.
It did, and in fact, we've seen a lot of races start today where turn one has caused drama for a number of cars. So, it's important to get a good start, and, as we all know, starting is a great time to make a position up. But at the end of the day, you've still got to get through turn one and turn two and make your way up to turn four, still racing, right? So, hit your brake markers maybe just a tad early as for that turn one, and away we go, Scotty. Just getting ready now.
And one of the important markers as well, ladies and gents, there was a Ferrari 488 that was a part of this field at Bang Sen. Unfortunately, that car not joining us and won't be joining us for the remainder of the season as well. They're waiting on a delivery of the new car that is the same similar spec to the one that won the Nürburgring 24 Hour this year. Unfortunately, in the meantime, it's too much damage, too much to repair on that car. They did not join us here from Sapang. That is the site. 27 cars make their way around the final corner. GT3 action, GTM, and GT4 are about to go racing for the Thailand Super Series. Race number 5 from Satang International Circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats because it is about to go green. The lights are off and the rundown down to turn number 1. The Porsches get a good start off of the front row, but keep your eyes in behind these guys as well as they start to really fan out. Keep your eyes on the Lexus on the right-hand side of the road. The BMW's in the background as well. Everyone's jockeying for a little bit of position. The Aston Martin struggling to get its way down in there, and this will be where the Bentley will struggle on the outside of turn number 1. In the meantime, the orange Mercedes seems to be making up quite a lot of ground on the opening lap as well, as they'll all settle in. They make it through turn 1 cleanly, and that's a little bit better than you would expect from a GT3 series.
Oh, that's just the level of professionalism in the drivers, wasn't it? They were all a little bit cautious there going into turn 1, and maybe that's a hangover from the track being a little bit wet in qualifying, and they just don't know how much grip they've quite got. But everybody's really sensible. The race is underway, and everybody's still in it. So that is such a good thing to see.
We saw the 3, Alex Liu was defending in that Mercedes-Benz AMG at the run down to turn number 4, and the Porsche that was in behind immediately had to start holding things a little bit calmer in behind them. Got immediately out on the blocks and had to make sure that the BMW that was in behind him was not pushing on. In the meantime, it's going to be our race leader has looked to jump clear nice and cleanly. And Peter, they are settling down. Here comes the response from the Porsche car down the inside. Nearly makes contact there with the 3 of Alex Liu. And again, is going to come under assault for the BMWs in behind. Well and truly up and alongside. And now it's going to be the absolute B-Quik 26 Audi. Head kicks, I believe, at the wheel of that one. Starts to get aggressive. And we said it might have been a little bit sedentary for turn number 1. It's kicked on as they get halfway through lap number 1.
We just wake the drivers up, Scotty, mate. This race has just got excellent. But I tell you what, Verticon in the lead car. I mean, he's no junior driver, mate. This is dad of a father-son team, and he's done 20 years of some sensational driving, and he's just good in putting the car in a great position at the start of the race for a son turn to jump in and finish off the race a little bit later. So he's setting some fast times. He's got 3 out of the 4th best sectors on the first lap, which is what you'd expect from somebody at the front, and just pulling a nice 1.5 second gap off the field in one lap. So let him go.
A few of you guys will be looking at that absolute B-Quik Audi, the first of the yellow and black cars on the right-hand side. They've dropped a few spots. Well, they were out-qualified themselves in terms of where they are. They're actually a GT3 AM car, and they had a couple of the GT3 Pro cars in behind them. That has now sorted itself out as Hank Kicks is going to make contact with the rear bumper of the BMW that's just immediately ahead of him. That's Chunhua. And in the 91 car for Team AAI. And I tell you what, Pete, well, they're expensive race cars. They don't like to make contact. And, well, when you're the team owner, you get a little bit more leeway with these kinds of things.
Yeah, you do, but at the start of the race, that takes just a little bit of downforce off. And in a track with some, nice big flowing corners like this, you really want to maintain the balance of your front to rear downforce. So that can upset the car over time. He can lose time just a little bit, and it's just enough to lose a position or two in such close races.
And have a look at the number 11 Porsche that's now going again at the number 3 Mercedes. Those two will continue to battle on. It was on lap number 1, and now finally the 11 gets the job done. So they will pick up a spot, and it's going to be Anderson behind the wheel. He will hand over to his platinum-rated teammate to get things underway.
Yeah, that's okay.
In the middle of this race.
The number 3 is still leaves him in 3rd in the AM class. So 3rd in class, that's only an overall position change, not a class position change. So he's got the number 3 still got 3 GT Pros sitting behind him. So he might lose a few more spots overall, but he's just fighting there for that podium in GT3M.
This is probably going to be the battle we'll keep our eyes on for an extended period of time, because have a look at the BMW that's immediately in behind these guys for Chunhua. They were putting a lot of pressure now on the number 3 Mercedes AMG. As they come down to the last corner, they will get down the inside. How's the Mercedes going to go on the outside here? Boxed in a little bit as the Porsche back them up on the inside. The 91 will look to get the run, but side by side, and the 3 is going to dip a tyre off of the road. He's going to lose one spot, but there's going to be more than that as they make their way back past the start-finish line. The B-Quik Audi has managed to get its way through, but it's also going to be that next car in behind them. Another one of the BMW M4s will look to grab that spot, and that'll be the 92 car. With Shiwei at the wheel of that one, and they kick on again down into turn number 1. Contact made. The 11 will get a little bit of contact there from the 91 entry, and well, GT3 Racing from Sapang it has certainly already broken into a little bit of a brawl, Pete.
Mate, and the good news is the race start has been declared clear by the race director, so there's no issues there. But I think the guys have now started to give the race director something to look at as we watch the replay there of the number 3 being pushed a little bit wide into the dirt, and yeah, you can't get on the front, you can't start that straight slow because you're going to lose positions anyway.
Well, now he's going to come under assault again from the other of the BMWs, who's going to run right out wide. That might be a track limits warning, although there was no time gain out of that for the 92 car, Shiwei and Yaki.
No, you're only going to lose time, and you're going to actually earn the wrath of the race director if you keep doing things like that. As we saw in the GTC race, too many times off the track, and that's outside the white lines. The curb doesn't count. Too many times off the track, and you're going to start getting warnings for unsportsmanlike driving.
Yep, so for the ladies and gents watching along at home, it's the number on the right-hand side of the driver names. The colour on the right-hand side of the driver names. Blue will be our GT3 class. GTM, GT Pro is not assigned for you guys to watch along at home, but you can tell the GTM, and that's the 92 car, which we saw nearly off the road a few moments ago. It is off the road now, and it is buried. There is no way they get that out of there without a safety car. I wonder whether or not he had some rubbish on the rear tyres.
Maybe had a little bit of rear rubbish. It certainly looks like he's lost the rear, so maybe a little bit of rubbish, or he just hasn't got his brake bias a little bit right, and he's just turned the car around under brakes there as it's come around. I think that's 5-6 complex.
And again, for first-time viewers of the Thailand Super Series, this is a class that has a compulsory pit stop, and for all but one car, there will be a driver change as a part of that one. In race 5 this weekend, or race 1 of the weekend, the driver on the left-hand side will start the race. Driver on the right-hand side will finish it. And tomorrow, that will be inverted. The other driver will start the car, and the driver who started this race will be required to finish it. Pit stops to come. The compulsory pit stop window after the start of the 26th minute of the race all the way through to the end of the 35th minute of the race. That's the window to get your pit stop done in, Pete, and yellow flags have been deployed. Still under full course green currently, but safety car will be on the way, we're hearing.
Yes, pit stops are about 17.5 minutes away, so we won't be able to get our compulsory pit stops done under a safety car. We should be able to get going green before that pit window does open, so that's going to be about the 17-minute mark from now. So these guys will just settle in. They'll catch up with this. I haven't seen the safety car out. It hasn't been signalled yet. It has just been signalled by race control just now. So no overtaking. Safety cars just coming out onto the pits. They are still allowed to maintain close to race pace, but it needs to be safe. Can't overtake another car, and then they'll catch the field back up to the safety car, and we'll get the field settled, get cleaned up what we need to get cleaned up. It might be the car. No, that's the car that was in the pits or in the gravel trap. Might just have to have a look at the track, see if there's any oil on it and anything, get it cleaned up and get the race underway.
Yep, so we have... Still waiting on that 92. Did go missing down at turn number 11, so I haven't seen any shots that confirm that car has been cleared as of this moment. But it only took 8 or so minutes to get our first safety car. There's the 92. So they have managed to extract that car from the gravel. They probably keep this. Go ahead, Pete.
It's showing on the tracker as on track, so that might be a little bit of a replay of getting it extracted. So. All the cars will get going. Hopefully this will be a very short safety car.
Probably just gather the field back up and immediately release them and look to keep going. In the meantime, it was a good opening couple of laps battle between the cars that we were watching and the good mix of BMW, Mercedes. I'm curious as to where that Bentley's popped out the other side. And the 99 car, this again, no opportunity to do their compulsory pit stops. This might just be a service. They might just be checking the car over if they're already at the tail end of the field.
Well, certainly the window's not open for compulsory, so something there is getting checked. They're pulling the front of the car. engines in the front of that car. So yeah, so they've got something they need to have a look at. I think the safety car is a real shame for Vitakorn and Turn, because Vitakorn had pulled out 5 seconds on the field in that first 8 minutes. So that's ominous. But to lose that and then have that disadvantage at the pit stop, I think that really hurts an early safety car in that case. But look, on the other hand, there's people that will get advantage out of the safety car, and they're able to catch up, and they're super fast drivers at the end of the race will probably make the most of it.
Yeah, so that car's still on pit lane. They've got a fair bit of time with the field coming down to turn number 9 at this point in time. So I can still at least get that one worked on, have a quick look at it, get that car circulating again. Whether or not there might have been some debris or something picked up in the opening laps, and they're looking to clear a cleaning vent, although there was no activity down at the front end of the car and on any of the intakes, so you would think it's something underneath the bonnet.
Could be something underneath the bonnet. It might, who knows? It might be a missing engine, or it might be a little bit of oil pressure or something going on. To pop the clips is not a good sign in a motor race.
Missing engine. The engine's gone missing, says Peter Back. So they started the car, they got that car rolling out on track, engine went missing.
Misfiring, my friend. Misfiring.
The run down at turn number 1, it was the 2 Porsches that led us to lap number 1, but that Lexus got a really, really good start on the outside. I was looking as well for that Mercedes has just gone through that shot at the back end of that there, and he wasn't all that close to someone. Somebody else is coming to the pits at the back end of things. That might be the Mark car, actually, although it was the 92 we're hearing coming into the pits, so they might do a clean out of the front splitter.
Yeah, well, certainly that, but they might. It depends, what caused that spin. If it was something mechanical that went wrong, so they're going to have a look. And are they putting the jacks under and getting underneath? No, pulling it off and have a look at the engine again. So obviously some mechanical dramas there.
So an update on our pit window as well.
All right, so just in, mate. So car 92 has been disqualified. He's not allowed to
continue
due to having received external assistance. So unfortunately for those guys, it's in the pit box, and they'll have to focus on getting the car ready for the race tomorrow.
It's a shame, because they were looking quite strong as well, and looking to grab a number of spots in the opening 8 or so minutes before we did receive that full course caution. But field has been gathered up now, so I would assume, we just got the message, safety car will be in this lap as well. So we will back to green flag racing. Currently, the last message we did receive was that we're about 12 minutes away from entering that pit lane window as well. So not too far away.
Still a few racing laps to get in there in 12 minutes, mate. What I'm really interested to see from the restart, I'm really interested to see whether Vitakorn can just get that gap back in the time before the pit stop. So looking for him to sort of pull out another sort of 5 or 6 seconds. I'm also interested to see how the car 90 and the car 27 go. So they're the 2 AM drivers essentially stuck in the middle of the GT3 Pro field. So watch for those guys. Car 90 is currently in 4th. That's the John San car, and the car 27. That's the Lin Huang car. Absolute B-Quik racing. So I'm interested to see how those guys go. They are certainly fighting well amongst the pros. So just because they're amateur drivers doesn't mean they can't keep up, but it's really good to see them in the mix there.
And safety car will be pulling away from the field in just a few moments as well. And we will be back to green flag racing. And this will be interesting. I'm curious about that Lexus and whether or not it's got the pace to go with the guys up in front. They'll be looking to hunt down the second of the Porsches, the 61 entry, driven by Adrian and Marco out of EBM. And lights are out in the safety car, and that is the safety car accelerating away from the field. So back into the hands of Vitakorn for AAS Motorsport. after about 8 minutes or so, 7 to 8 minutes or so of safety car period. We'll be back underway here, Pete, and that Bentley should be quick on the restart as well.
Yeah, but as we've seen with others, it's really when they go. Vittekorn's gone early. Look at that. He has already gone. He has gone before turn 15, opened the field up, and he is well and truly away. What an early race restart.
Jumped the field and has absolutely got going. The red lights were still on the main straight, so I'm wondering whether or not there might be a little bit of an investigation for race control. He might have gone a touch too early because the safety car necessarily wasn't back in pit lane yet, so that might be investigated. Race control might have their hands full as we get back underway. In the meantime, though, the Porsches will lead us, but they will have an extra 15 seconds at their first stop to get out of the way. So it's very, very vital for that combination, Pete, that they get the hammer on and do get that margin back out.
Oh, absolutely. No, they really do need that margin. So, yeah, that pairing has a 125, so just over a 2-minute stop. It's one of the longest for the GT3. There's a couple of others with 125 seconds, and one has 127. So they've got one of the longest GT3 pit stops to do. So yeah, it is absolutely vital that pairing gets out and gets that 5 or even sort of 10-second gap if they can before the pits.
And keep up to date with your GT3 AM leader, the 90 car of Jun-Sun and Yin Yu, leading the way. In between them, though, and second place in the 27 entry of Lin and Huang, they do have Adasak and Akash. So that is your fourth place car in terms of GT3 Pro. So that's worthwhile keeping an eye on. The 55's doing quite well from where they started. And whenever you're handing across to Marcus Winkelhock, the hero of the 2007 Nürburgring GP, you've got a lot of confidence in that car. It's just about staying attached to this lead group and then letting the Platinum driver take over, Pete. But tomorrow it'll be the shoes on the other foot. They won't want a safety car. They'll want to disappear down the road. Oh, contact between the 91 and the Porsche as well. That'll be the 11 Porsche. And that was brewing on that restart. There is damage to the rear of that Porsche. That will immediately have to come back down pit lane. The Aston Martin taking to the inside of the curbing to get out of the way. And now he's just got to sit there from the 91 entry. Hopefully can find reverse, can back that car up, because that'll be the only way he gets out of there. But the Bentley got through. That's your GTM leader going down the inside of the Bentley as well. So that's the Porsche 991.2 spec on the GT3 Cup car. But in the meantime, a safety car has been deployed, which makes me think the 91 has stored that engine and can't get it refired. That'll be 2 cars out of that garage, Pete, out in the opening 20 minutes of the race.
That's a tough day for that team, but I've got to tell you, well done to all of those drivers. The 91 car just sitting there stationary, and I think thankfully it was stationary. It gave the guys a moment just to see it and be able to react, because as we know, it's harder to react to a moving car than it is a stationary one. And nearly everybody else got through, but there seemed to be 2 other victims in that as well. So, yeah, bring out the safety car. That's come out nice and quickly and rechecked it up. And I think that's now, the pit window's still not open yet, so it's still going to sort of mix up the back end of this race, and I think it's going to make those differences in pit stops even bigger for some of these drivers now that the safety car's back out. As we can see, the safety car's got the green lights flashing, which means the cars are allowed to overtake it at the moment, and that'll happen so that the safety car can just come back to the leader and then start to condense the field up. All of those cars between the safety car and the current leader will be able to work their way past and get around the lap and catch up to the safety car train.
Yep, so green light's on, allowing overtaking. Currently, it's about 6 minutes or so until the pit window will open, but that is very, very likely to get pushed out. Update from race controls, they're looking for car number 14, which is our race leader at this point in time. But of course, they're just hesitating, save some fuel, keep that car in control and tyres in good condition. So driving offline a little bit, Pete, to get away from some of that garbage.
Yeah, where the accidents occurs, of course, you don't want anything to pick up in those tyres, because that's obviously something that's going to create a puncture. But I think Vittekorn's showing all of his experiences here. He's not racing. He's slowed down to a nice, comfortable pace. He's relaxing the tyres. He's saving the fuel. he's just showing all of his experience here in bringing the car around, bringing the field around to the safety car. Nobody can pass him, and it can't change the rest of the lap. So, a lot of experience being demonstrated there. And I don't know if they've had a look at that restart and whether he was all good, but time will tell.
Race control haven't necessarily had the opportunity to jump in and look at that one. Haven't got any notes at the moment, but the incident between the 91 and the 11 car is being looked at, and I'm curious whether or not that the 11's rear bumper is still hanging off of that car, because that will be a concern for race control as well. Maintaining the cleanliness of the track. Debris for the other cars was an issue at Bong Sen.
Well, I mean, the debris impacts tyres. So, if the race director has a chance to create a gap and get some people out there to get all the debris off the track, then he's going to do that under the safety car. And essentially, because a punctured tyre can cause real damage. It can cause tyres, cars to lock up and go into fences at really high speed, just for something as simple as a missed nut on the track. So that's something that we want to be really careful of in all forms of motorsport, and if that means an extra lap under the safety car, well, so be it. We make sure that all these drivers get home safely and able to race safely.
So still not under the control of the safety car at the moment. They're still circulating to pick up the safety car. In the meantime, we are getting quite close to that pit window, so it wouldn't surprise me to see a couple cars dive in. There's damage to the back end of that BMW that's actually in third place at the moment, the 90 car as well. Unless, my eyes could be deceiving me there, but that could just be a darker part of the paintwork. They may actually be okay, so we get a better shot. So safety car has now captured the field.
Yeah, I thought the 90 car had enough of a gap before that incident, but it might have been involved. It might have been because there was a four cars racing quite close together, if I remember rightly. So, and maybe they've just had a little bit of front to rear contact over time.
In the meantime, standings. We'll go through the standings in each of the classes at the moment. GT3 Pro, obviously your race leader is the number 14. And the 61 car, both of the Porsches at the front end of the field are your leaders in GT3 Pro. The number 9 car, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand car, is I believe the Lexus there in P4 overall, is your third place car in terms of GT3 Pro. In GT3M, it is actually the 90 car that we're just talking about, that BMW. The first of the BMWs leads the way from GT3M. The 27, second of the absolute B-Quik racing cars, is the leader, second place in GT3M. And the Mercedes, that orange and black Mercedes of Alex and Philip, is third place in GT3M. In GTM, they actually lead the way in terms of the GTM standings currently. The 33 of Falfong and Jack Rafan for Alpha Factory Racing Team, followed by Natavude, the solo entry for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. GTM Pro, currently the way is led by Mongkong and Tanat for Mongkong Motorsports. Saravat Nafik are in P2. They're 12th and 13th, both of those cars. And then we've got Natachak and Cantor D for AAS Motorsport in third place in that category. The GT4's 4 cars participating this weekend. The 88 leads the way for B-Quik Absolute with Iro and Shannon at the wheel. They're down in 19th place overall. 20th is Erwin and Sandy Stivic in the B-Quik Absolute Racing car, and Sudafong and Grant for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand are third in your GT4 standings. And an update, Pete, coming our way from safety car.
Yeah, it looks like the safety car's coming in this lap, mate, which is good. The field will condense up. We'll see how Vitacorn takes this race start. So the lights will stay on the safety car until they're on the straight between turns 13 and 14. The safety car will pull away. Race control will hand over to Vitacorn to control the start of the race from there. And if his timing's as good as it was last time, mate, maybe he's got some pretty awesome spotters around that turn 15 that we weren't seeing on the broadcast, and that gave him a good jump. But let's see what he does this time.
Ooh, did my eyes just deceive me? Just in front of that Lamborghini was one of the back Porsche Cup cars, and there was something flapping inside of the driver, sorry, the front right corner of that car within the air intake. So they may have an issue. Given the 88's the leader of our GT4s, I would say it's maybe the 38, maybe the 17. Getting what it might be the 10 car has got something flapping about in that air duct. So safety car is now going to pull away from the field, and it is Porsche, BMW, Lexus, Audi, AMG, Bentley. So the BMWs having all the dramas early on, then we throw it back to our GTM cars and that yellow Porsche Cup 901 Evo spec. There is a Lamborghini heading into the pits at the back end of that, so I'm wondering whether or not those two cars did actually have contact. Wasn't the Lamborghini that had an issue, and pit window has actually been opened up. So the Lamborghini's dived in whilst these guys are about to go back green flag racing. This will get him some clean air. Once you start your compulsory pit stop, if the safety car comes out, you may finish that stop. So that's what they're hoping for, is a little bit more drama. And they'll dive to pit lane to try and get their stop out of the way. In the meantime, the 90 BMW to the inside of the 61 for second place in the race. And it is going to be change of position at the front of the field. That is your GT3 AM leader. And it was my eyes deceiving me. The back end, the back right corner of that car is still intact. And they're in a great spot now for this number 90 car.
No, and they're going to get out and chase Vitacorn and see if he... try and stop him from leading the gap. Now, what do you do, Scotty? So the pit window's just opened. It's a 10-minute pit window, so you've got probably about a 3 or 4 lap opportunity to come in. Do you come in early or do you come in late, mate? I reckon it's based on where's your faster driver. Is your faster driver starting, or is your faster driver in the back? If your faster driver's in the back, I would get them in the car as soon as possible, make the most of them in terms of race time. If your faster driver is in the car now, I'd lead them into the last safe moment and then get them in for the pit stop. That's my strategy.
And race control just let us know that there is a penalty to the 91 car, which was the BMW involved in that incident with the 11. For a driving infringement. So they will need to transit the pit lane at a slower pace. When they do that, might be in the near future. In the meantime, they've got to try and clear some GT4 cars. That's always a little bit of a nightmare, particularly with the long loaded corners here. These cars require a lot of the road to get through. So they will get the foot down. I'm assuming we're probably going to see quite a number of teams jump into the pit lane this lap. I think the 90 might stay out a little bit longer. They're in a really, really good bit of track position and clean track ahead of them. And indeed, here come the cars. That was our race leader, I think, straight in. Pit window has been labelled open. And look at the chaos this has created at the pit lane entry. Half the field, Pete. Half the field is pit. In fact, it might be more than that.
Well, that's good. That's what good, exciting pit stops are all about. So what do we got? The lead has got 125. So it's 2 minutes and 5 second pit stop. Right, who's next in the pits there? Who's next? The next guys, we're looking at mostly around about 110, 90 to 110. So we've got a bit of a premium there. I won't be able to cover all of them, mate. There is way too much action in pit stop. But no, look at that. Okay, so they've all come in. So what that's telling me is they want to put their second driver in because they've come in at that first opportunity. Get that second driver settled in, and then up to speed, and they all think, I think the second driver's probably just a tad quicker. So that's the way these races go, and when you bring them in early like that, that's how I'm reading it.
Well, in the meantime, there are a few cars that have started out, including the GTM leader. In the meantime, they've got a battle on their hands, not for position, not for points relation in any way, stretch or of the imagination, but that is a Bentley that they would rather prefer is probably not right there at this point in time. In the meantime, that's Lexus is going to kick on as well, so they're going to do absolutely everything that they can. Probably over this lap, I don't know how much further that they're going to go in terms of the strategy, but it is strategy time. And I can tell you that there are about 7 or 8 cars that did not pit. The rest of the field pit on that last lap.
Yeah, and that's a complete mix too. There's GT3 Pros, there's GT3 AMs, there's GTM AMs and Pros, and GT4s have all gone along. So what that tells me is those cars might have felt like they were being held up a little bit. So they're looking for the opportunity to take sort of 3 to 4 laps of clean air and try and make some position gain out of that. So so that's what that tells me if they're staying out a little bit longer.
Here we go. Rejoin onto the track. The AMG's got through and got out nice and quickly. Look at the Lamborghini. Look at the gains that Lamborghini team have made. I wonder whether or not that pit stop might have been in the window, might not have been in the window. And now it is. Action stations as the run down to the final corner, because that Aston Martin has managed to gain some spots in the pit lane window as well. And look at the Lexus feedback in here. So it is going to be an issue. And I believe that's the GT4 Lexus as well. So I don't necessarily think that that's going to be a car that's going to be on pace with the rest of them around it. And that'll be a problem, particularly for the BMW in behind there. That Lamborghini is not a GT3 spec car at the moment, but it was a GT3 car of yesteryear.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see the drivers flashing the lights when they know that they're against a misclassed car there. So I think that's just a little bit of cooperation between the drivers. They know who's who, and they'll help each other sort of get to the end, but fight fiercely.
Oh, blocked up brake, and here comes Marcus Winkelhock. He is immediately on the aggression, and he is not hanging by for any of the slower cars. He will immediately try and catch up as much time as he physically can. We're looking for an update across the timing screen. Number of the cars have not come in yet. The number 9 has continued on, so they will inherit the race lead, and they will get the opportunity to put their name down as a race leader thus far. And have a look at the 65 Aston Martin as well. Another one of the Porsche Cup cars, GT3s versus Porsche Cups. That's what the speed differential looks like.
Yeah, and right now we've got a GT3 AM car in the lead as the pit stops cycle through. Now remember, that's going to be subject to the extra time that the professional drivers have to take during the pit stops because of their different classes. And what we should now see is some of those GT3 pros come up and fight the GT3 M drivers. To be honest, Scotty, I don't want to be a GT3 M driver.
Well,
not with the likes of Marcus Winkelhock chasing you down, I got to tell you.
Well, it's a wide track. One of the differences that we saw from the last round at Bankstown was Streets course. Everyone knows the difficulties in getting an overtake done. He's really struggled to get that job done. It was a phenomenal race to finish up when they put all of the AM drivers back in at the end of race number 6. We had a blanket over our top 3, and there was drama, there was concern over that, and they were cleared of any wrongdoing. There was an overtake made in the permanent yellow flag zone, but it was deemed the car that was overtaken was actually off the line, and therefore it wasn't necessarily an overtake so much as avoiding an accident. In the meantime, they settled themselves back down on in, and the 9 cars continued on yet again. So they're just going to keep punching, and they will be one of the last to come to pit lane. Benefit of that, though, Pete, it's an empty pit lane when you pit.
It is. There's a lot less congestion, so you can get in and out a little bit cleaner. There's less risk because you don't have other cars around you, and you may not get held up on your entry and exit. So that is look, it's racing, mate. Racing has compromises, pros and cons, everything you do. What's the fastest? I don't know. It depends on your team, your combination, your drivers, your pit stop time, all that sort of thing. Whether you think you're going to get an undercut or an overcut. Essentially, we've still got a few cars out there, and they're yet to pit. We've got 4 cars that still haven't pitted in the pit window. We've got 3 or 4 cars in the pit now, and I think we've got about 3 more laps before we know the true status of this race. The lead car right now, having pitted, is a GT3 AM car number 90 of Juan San and Yinuchi, I think it is, from the GH team AAI.
So for those of you watching along at home that might see the +1 lap next to the drivers on the left-hand side of your screen at the moment, that is just because they have not crossed the line to start the current lap of the leader. Leader is on lap number 13. Everyone else still yet to come through because they've made their pit stops. Let's keep an eye on this battle a little bit further back down. That's the 10 car and the 14 car. So that one is for position. I believe that 10 is actually one of our Porsche Cup cars. So Vuthi and Senap looking to clear them straight away and get off down the road. And then the Bentley's in behind these guys as well. So that will definitely be for position between the 14 and 68. It looks like the 68's actually made a couple of passes on this lap as well. Field all sorts of mixed up. We are a couple minutes away, I believe. In fact, we might be at the end of this lap. Basically, the pit window will pretty much close. So if you haven't pit... Oh, the Bentley's had an issue coming into that last corner. And they've had to come back into the pit lane, and there was a wild car coming in there that did not expect them to go the lane, and the Porsche Cup car's on the back of them as well. So chaos at the pit lane entry. And the Lexus pits from the race lead. The number 9 will give up the race lead. The Porsche Cup car is pushing the Bentley along down pit lane.
You see some funny things in motorsport, don't you? That Porsche Cup car was in a dead set hurry around pit lane, but it's a 60-kilometre speed limit, mate. You can't go any faster than that anyway. No, that's it. And that's the last of the cars to pit under the compulsory pit window. So we'll get these pit stops done. And then by the end of the next lap, we should see where everybody settles down. And I think right now we're still going to we're going to have a GT3 AM driver, the Chinese guys, out in front from Team AAI.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on the timing screen at the end of this lap. This is going to be important to see where this pops out. In the meantime, that BMW got down the inside of the GT4 car there. So again, not racing each other. This is the number 90 car. And this is the car we're keeping our eyes on. This was our GT3 AM leader prior to the round of pit stops. The AM class are bronze and bronze rated drivers internationally. There will be no silver or above driver pairings within this class.
I think this is our effective leader right now, the 90 car. So that was a overtake for a lap for the GT4 car. He's just hanging on nice and tight there. I think just moving off to the right there to let the next car, the car 25, come through.
Hey, that was wild, all out of shape back there. So anyway, they've managed to hang on to it in the GT4 category. And was that the Sandy Stuvik, Kaiman? I think it might have been. It might have been the 32. No, it was the 19. No, it wasn't the 19 because the 19's the Toyota Supra. So it was either the 32 or the 88 are the two Kaimans. I think it might have been the 32, which if they've done their pit stop should now have Sandy Stuvik at the wheel. This is the 25 car. In the meantime, so we'll get an accurate reading on where these guys are. Adasak showing as in 6th place, although we're waiting on our timing screens to update with everyone's relative positions post pit stop. That would be a class standing as well. And you can start to see that the lights come on for the absolute B-Quik car. They're going to be 3 wide as they enter down into turn number 4. 2 overtakes done. And the GT4 car got right out of the way there. That is the Toyota Supra number 19. That should now have Grant Superfong Grant behind the wheel of that car.
And that has just put car 25 into the lead of the race, the B-Quik Absolute car with, I'm not sure who's driving at the moment, but
that'll be Akash behind the wheel there right now. So it'd be Yin Yu that was just overtaken for those guys. In the 90 car.
Yeah, Yin Yu was the Pro-Am leading the race, so Akash is the first GT3 Pro, and the next car to come up behind car number 90 will be the Marcus Winkelhoff car.
Oh, that is going to be approaching at a great rate of knots. They are only 5 seconds off the lead of this race at this point in time, or at least they were at the start of the last lap. I can guarantee you that number will be coming down. Laps previous, 205.450 for the 25 car, 205.889 for Winkelhock at the wheel. We'll get some updates in terms of our laps time. The bulk of the rest of the GT field are out in the 206s or above. But as we come back to the start-finish line, that's Winkelhock already on the rear bumper now. So Winkelhock is coming. And it is going to be the 2 B-Quik Absolute Racing cars that might be contending for the race lead here. There's a pit lane entry breach for this car 68 at the meantime. Was that wasn't the... I'm assuming that must have been the GT3M car. So I'm going to say that is actually the Bentley. And I think that might have been for not being to the right-hand side of the pit lane entry line on the right-hand side, because they went in very, very deep before they entered the pit lane.
They did go in late, so they might have crossed that white line as they went in, and they've copped a 5-second penalty for that.
In the meantime, Winkelhock, you saw it on screen whilst we're talking about pit lane penalties. Nabs P number 2, and now his next job, it's 3.5 seconds. The margin between them on their most recent lap, he took 4 tenths out of the car ahead on that most recent lap. And I tell you what, 21 minutes left, it is going to be on. They are teammates. They are both B-Quik Absolute cars. We have 2 different name and brandings because you can only have 3 cars registered as a part of a team. So there's B-Quik Absolute Racing, and then there's Absolute B-Quik Racing.
And then there's Marcus Winkelhoff, who's going to tear these guys down like an absolute
Whoa,
terrier.
talking of the Bentley. That is the Bentley facing in the wrong direction, which says to me there's a problem with that car.
Absolutely. Yeah, yellow flags only, something's gone on. Safety cars come out. Oh, there we go. That's going to change the race. That is going to make all these GT3 Pro drivers, that's going to give back any of the times that they lost in the pit stop. So what's happened to the Bentley there? It looks like a few of the tracks, he's had a bit of a rear end spin looking at the black marks on the track. I can't quite pick it out. It's sort of, it looks like he might have lost the rear end and then just sort of spun around and overcorrected. But whether it was a problem with the car, Scotty, or whether it was a new driver error after the pit stop.
Yeah, I don't know. Could be cold tires. Could be a change of things. And
hopefully we're going to replay of that very shortly. But I tell you what, if you're Akash in the number 25 car, I think the stress valve just is just about to hit.
Well, their lap times weren't too dissimilar, Pete. There was only a couple tenths taken out by Winkelhock, so he has the potential to defend. And I mean, if they're stuck there in the dirty air and the tires start to overheat for Winkelhock, that will certainly be an issue. In the meantime, we've got to sort of slow this field down. My issue for the Bentley was you saw the headlights on and off. That says they were refiring that car. There may have been, when they pulled up there, an electrical issue of some description. Could you imagine an electrical issue giving rear brake issues, potentially not slowing the car up enough? Or do you reckon they've just stalled as the car's gone around?
No, not. I couldn't imagine an electrical issue doing that to the brakes. Unless it turned off an ABS sensor or something, and then some rear brakes have locked. But if they fired it up, who knows? Hopefully, we'll hear something. The witness marks on the track certainly tell me that it's come around, and obviously it's facing the wrong way, so nobody wants to come around on a racetrack and see the headlights of a car pointing at them while they're at full speed. So,
let alone that section of the track, because we saw the Lexus, I think it was the GT4 car, use the runoff to get around them, because he turned in there and then he had a split-second decision to make. It was the reason for the safety car was, I think, the speed of the section of the track. You cannot have a car stranded there at high speed. That will injure somebody.
Oh, absolutely. And it was right on the braking point. It was on just where you'd sort of be right on the limit of the brakes, turning the car in. And you come around there, it's almost blind if you're looking at the apex of the corner and the car's sitting on the outside. So quite a dangerous spot to be in. They've got it fired back up again. Looks like the Bentley's running.
Well, he's been there. He's been there for over a lap, Pete.
Yeah, he has been over there, but we don't know whether he needed someone to come and jumpstart him or something. I'm not sure if I don't think that's allowed though. I think these cars have to start on their own steam. So we'll see what happens. Try and get some information out. But it looks like some pit stop times are under investigation across all classes at the moment. So I think there's going to be a hell of a lot of work going on in race control for the stewards.
So the deal with the pit stop times at Bang Sen was your minimum pit stop times was pit lane entry to pit lane exit. You cannot exit before that number has ticked over. So it wasn't necessarily a static time in the pit stall that they were looking at. They were just looking for minimum time entry to exit. And that's where the 55 car actually had issues for Vincent Fiorindo. Was they had a clutch drama when they tried to launch that car in race number 4, my apologies, race number 4. Race number 5 today, from Bang Sen, they couldn't get there. They were in a great position. Marcus Winkelhock put that car in a great position, and then they just had dramas getting the car out of the pit stall. I mean, temperamental things, race cars, they have racing clutches designed for racing. Sometimes pulling them off the line, that's the more difficult bit.
Well, if you read about a lot of people trying a new race car for the first time, most of them stall it because that is the most difficult thing for a new car, and particularly a new race car. So the clutches are not designed like a road clutch. They are designed to be fairly sharp and be operating at a much higher rev limit than a standard manual road car. So clutch problems, we say, will give you a drama, but good thing about a lot of race cars. If you do have clutch problems, you can get most race cars changed gears without using clutch. So once you're up and going, but you do need the clutch to get started for sure.
Can confirm, the first thing I ever did in a Formula Ford was stall the thing. I've only driven a Formula Ford once, and that was a time of my life. I want to do that again in a real hurry.
Get that voice ready, Scotty, because the safety car lights are out this lap, and it looks like we're going to resume racing. It's going to be about a 15-minute, almost a sprint to the end now. So, get yourself prepared. And, as you know, safety cars breed safety cars. Where we've got these with two Audis at the front there that we're looking to see a good fight and a good battle.
Again, we'll touch on the standings thus far in terms of the AM Championships. There's obviously GT3 Pro 1 and 2, 25 and the 55, the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis, and then P5 it is, the 65 entry. The Viper needs the racing, which I believe is the Aston Martin GT3 car. That car is third in GT3 Pro. In GT3 AM, the 90 and the 27, right next to each other on the road. So that will be a battle that we'll need to keep our eyes on between Yin Yu will be behind the wheel and Huang will be behind the wheel for the Absolute B-Quik Audi. Third place in GT3M. We have to go a long, long way down the field to the number 3, the AMG. The only Mercedes AMG here this weekend for Cam Long Racing in 12th position. GTM Pro, our race leader, is a 77 car, and they are in 11th spot. GTM Pro second place is the 15, and third place is the 10. GTM AM leader is the 8 car, which will have Michael behind the wheel for... sorry, my apologies. That's incorrect. Natavude, the solo driver, is actually leading that class in the 24, and the 33 is in second, and then it is third place for the number 8 car. And then in GT4, they are all together on the road. They are 1 lap down overall, which you would expect, with Grant behind the wheel in P1. Sandy Stuvik and Shannon are going to be your top 3 in GT4. That takes us through the standings, and that will bring us right back up to where we are. We'll be going back racing in just a few moments. The safety car has got a job to pull away from GT3 cars. Very, very difficult for Honda CRZ to pull away from a GT3 spec car, but that's the job the safety car has to do.
I tell you what, mate, it looked like Akash wasn't even holding up the field then when the when the safety car was pulling away. But they've all settled in now. But he's close to the safety car. I tell you, that safety car is supposed to be in the pit lane before they start racing. Oh, I'm sure race control are going to have a look at that from a timing perspective. That looked a little bit too early, even earlier than the first one we saw. But
well, doesn't matter. We're away. Lights are back out. We are green yet again, and the GT4 car will dive out of the order. Have a look at them as they stand. Audi, BMW, Audi, and then it's Aston Martin who's going to get a great launch down here into turn number 1. The GT4 cars will step by the wayside. Here comes a Lexus as well. It's going to get down the inside of that Porsche. Was that the 14 car who was overtaking? No, I don't think it was. And now they'll settle themselves down on an in, and keep your eyes on the GTM field as well. That yellow Porsche is a 991.2 spec. 991.2 spec. That's your GTM class leader. So it is very, very important to keep your eyes on those guys. Teammates, they might be, but teammates, they are not fighting like at this point in time. Winkelhock really applying the afterburners now to the back end of Akash as they lead the way. It was only 0.3 of a second at the line, but the Junsan and Yin Yu car were looking to hang on to P1 in terms of the GT3M standings, and they will have their work cut out for them as well. In the meantime, the field are going to try and find their way past these GT4 cars. That will not be easy. That will be something that's important, and that is multi-class racing at its finest, Pete, when you've got a GT4 car in the mix.
Oh, well, you put a GT4 car in the mix, and it really mixes up. But what I'm enjoying seeing is the GT4 cars, whilst they are racing together, they're making lots of track room. But again, we said this earlier, this is the benefit of being a big, wide Formula One style track. There's lots of room there. You don't lose too much time, and you can allow the other faster cars to go through. Unlike a street circuit where you can potentially hold guys up for sort of 3 or 4 corners before you give an opportunity just to move aside and let them through. So really good racing from everybody, good cooperation between the drivers. And essentially it's allowing the race just to settle out and the classes to get back into each other.
And the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 9 car that we saw leading the way early on because they stayed out for a very long time will peel off into the pit lane. They've received a 2-second stop and go penalty. I'm assuming that would be the margin that they needed to cover to serve their remainder of their compulsory pit stop. They will peel out on a safety car restart. That's effectively going to destroy their race. That's how important it is to get your pit stop times right. The Aston Martin crew now starting to struggle as the rest of the drivers start to crawl all over them. So, no, they're hanging on to the back end of the 27 car in the meantime. And that is your GT3 AM battle in the back end there. That's the 9 car. Pulls up. 2-second stop and go penalty. And out you go. That's how much he missed it by the first time. Next time by, add the pit lane delta to it. You've got to trundle down pit lane to serve the rest of that pit stop.
Yeah, that's right. And that's a hard penalty, following a safety car with 10 minutes to go in the race. But it is what it is. You've got to follow the rules and do the pit stop. Now, let's have a look at the front here, mate. I don't think Marcus Winkelhock is racing in a team manner. I think he's racing for this win.
He actually gave his trophy at the end of the Bong Sen Grand Prix. He found a local child and actually handed his trophy over. So this is more important to someone like that. And I think they will be a Marcus Winkelhock fan for life after that one. In the meantime, though, Akash is not going to be a Marcus Winkelhock fan in the meantime because he'll have a mirror full of him. And Winkelhock will want to get this job done so he can clear out and settle in for the final 9 minutes of this race. Is he going to poke the nose down here? No, I don't think he will. He'll just settle in for the 55 Audi. But in the meantime, have a look at the pressure that this Aston Martin car, they've found some performance in this car after Bong Sen. They had a torrid weekend. Now they're up into 3rd place in terms of the GT3 Pro standings, and they want GT3 3rd overall on the track to the inside. They're going to get the job done here, I think, on the 90 car, who will remain the GT3 AM leader. But that, when you come to home turf, that was the advantage that we were looking for the 65 entry of Douglas and Dominic, and they've finally found some speed in that Aston.
That Aston looked like it had such good corner speed there. It was on the inside of the corner and it was still going fast on it, a tighter apex. So, and it's already pulled away.
Here we go, Winkelhock down the inside at the final corner, shows the nose. Not quite enough room there, but he's unsettled the 25 now. Will fill the rear view mirror, and those cars, there is nothing to separate them, Pete. 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. I get the feeling we are going to get 5 laps left of this race. 1 hour plus 1 lap.
And what he's done, he's made Akash actually get into a defensive driving mode already. So he's already in his mind. He's already given a little bump through turn 1 there, but smart enough not to take the position after the bump. He's settled back in. He's just going to race him, but he's going to be in his mind now. A little bit of Morse code on the back, and Akash knows he's in for a race.
Well, the 55 was on the AstroTurf on the entry to turn number 1, trying to crisscross, trying to set something up. But Akash parked that car perfectly. Winkelhock still trying to get to the rear bumper here. And Douglas and Dominic, is there enough time with these guys fighting up ahead? Can they somehow rescue a P2 out of this race? That would be phenomenal for their championship standings. In the meantime, have a look at the Porsche. That was your race leader at the start end of things. They had a lot of pace. Safety cars have not fallen their way today, but they're still there and they're still thereabouts.
This is far from over, Scotty. Mark is going to have another couple of cracks as he goes, but he might. He's gone a bit further out on the curbs than he probably liked. That might hurt a little bit of concentration or a little bit of attention from the race director. But I noticed on a couple of corners, he's just taking a slightly different line. So he's just turning in a little bit later so he can come out of the corner with a little bit more speed to actually try to get closer for the next apex. That's kind of really smart driving, and that just shows the experience coming to the fold.
Oh, 3 wide! Down deep in the track as well. That's not an easy move to get done. That's down at turn 11, trying to get that one done. 3 wide through 10 and 11 is absolutely right on the limits. And they managed to get out the other side, but it's not quite done because the 91 is still there. Went quite wide there. That's the 14 Porsche that's in behind them now.
And here we are back at the lead.
Yep, it's still not done. It's back to the inside again. Nearly made contact in the final corner. This time, Winkelhock is on the inside, but he's got to look for the momentum. He's had to lift. He's had to slot back in. But Akash still has control of the race. He's going to block it. There is no way that Marcus Winkelhock can fit it out into the inside. Shows the nose. That's the fake. We've seen that one before. That's Racecraft 101. Now, the 25 car wiggling as the tyres maybe are starting to run wide. They're both deep in at turn 1. They're both rubbing. going. He's alongside. Job done. Winkelhock finally gets the lead, and there's 6 minutes on the clock for this one. Has Akash got anything to respond to with Marcus Winkelhock here?
We're going to see in the next 3 corners if he does, mate, because if he doesn't, Marcus will pull away. But Akash has got him defending, so he's certainly in his mind as well. But you can see that Winkelhock's just got a slightly different, slight advantage through a mid-corner speed there. And I think that's going to be the difference here and let him pull away. So it took a lot of work to get that done. It took 2 corners. And it was great to see absolutely fantastic racing through turn 1 and 2.
That move was set up with the runoff of turn 14. This is how long it took to get that move done. Turn 14, down the inside at turn 15, crisscrossed him down the inside at turn 1 and on the curbing at turn 2 before he finally gets that job done. Now he'll look to set his eyes forward and clear on out. The question now becomes, has this 65 entry got the pace? And have a look at the Porsche starting to come back as well, because now the 91 car will have a little bit of company in the 61. Sorry, it's the 61's actually been overtaken by the 91 on this lap according to timing. But in the meantime, the 14 is starting to close back up as well. So these were the 2 Porsches that led us to the green flag, but they were the other way round, Pete. So it's important for these guys in the GT3 AM standings. This is actually a very, very important battle.
Well, these 2 on screen now are P5 and 6 in the GT3 Pro. So that was bit of corner, and his son Turn, who's in the car now. Turn will be driving that car. Obviously, they have really been impacted by their extra pit time, but they're in the car now trying to fight back up. And with 4 minutes to go, I'd say 2 more laps at least. No, probably 3 laps after this to fight that back. It's going to be hard for them to make those positions because they're all relatively about the same speed at the moment.
Sorry, my apologies. It's the 61 is the Porsche 991. They're in behind, so yeah, there was another car there. I thought the timing screen was wrong, and it was actually wrong. The 65 is in 3rd place, and now they are getting harassed by the 91 entry. Remember, every single BMW you see here is new to the class this weekend. So this is a good progress not only for the Aston Martin team, but this is a really, really good showing for the 91 car, and they've forced the 65 to go defensive. And you can see the weather now, Pete. It's started to wear on these tyres. The long loaded corners. He gets back up alongside the crisscross. This will put him on the outside for turn number 5. He will go the long way round, but nearly gets a little bit of a nudge for his trouble and running wide. That was where the oil was down earlier on. There was warnings during the Porsche Cup race before this one to stay away from the Speedy Dry, the oil cleanup compound, and they get the job done regardless. So the 91 moves into 3rd place. Now for the 65, it's what can we rescue? But have a look at those track limits, Pete. They're starting to absolutely abuse them. The tyres are going in these cars. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Of course they're abusing the track limits, and no driver's going to stay away from oil compound on the track when he's making a position, particularly going for P3. Mate, that is just awesome racing. He set it up, he worked hard, he had to hang on the outside through turn 5 to be able to get it through that, to turn 4 to get it through that 5-6 complex. So awesome driving. Here it was, maintaining that overlap. He's just come to I don't think he's gone off the track. I think that's just the oil compound that's come up. It's hard to see from that ankle. But it just held it in, and then it's through the double left-hander. He's really nailed the pass.
I can tell you, oil, terrible to clean. My first job was cleaning oil. It was hydraulic oil off the floors, and it was horrid stuff. My bedroom stank of it for a number of years. But the thing that doesn't stink right now is that move from the 14 Porsche. That was a phenomenal move. They got down the inside, got that one done. Their next victim is going to be the Aston Martin, and I don't know whether or not there's going to be enough time left for the 65 machine to hang on to 4th place. It's still not over between the 2 Porsches. The 14 got the position away from the 61 team, and they will squabble over it down into turn number 1.
I think he's made that move stick now. He's had to defend going in after the initial move, but Turn's made that move stick, and now he's in a solid P5. See if he can chase down the Aston Martin.
In the meantime, let's talk about lap times at this point in time. Last lap by Winkelhock, 2:05.693, 2:07.592. So that's the difference now. The tyres definitely going away. 2:07s as well for our P3 driver, 2:07.256. And the 65 was on a 2:09 the last time by. Best laps for all of these cars, by the way, Pete, 205.6, 205.4, 205.0. No one has got the 204s, but there's only 50 thousandths of a second separating the 91 BMW from breaking that magical 204 marker.
Oh, that just shows how quick it is. And even though he's only third, even though he's sitting third in the race, the Beavers are quick. So it's good to have him in the race. It's good to have
on the inside now for the 14 Porsche. We'll try and pick the pockets of the 65 Aston. Job done for them as well. And now that starts to apply pressure in the 61 as well. So the Aston Martin is ailing in the back end of this race. They will get one more lap the next time they come across that start-finish line. I just don't think that Winkelhock might sneak an extra lap in. There might be 2 laps left to go here because he's heading down to the final corner at the moment. We see 28 seconds on the timing board. This is going to be close. I get the feeling they'll say it'll be the last lap.
It depends. Can he slow down and make it last lap? No race driver slows down, though, Scotty. No race driver slows down.
Well, he's got 3 seconds.
Push hard to get over it, and it's going to be another lap.
Yep, there will be one more lap.
That's 3 seconds.
The 65 entry of Douglas and Dominic will be ruining that decision from Marcus Winkelhock not to force this to be the last lap of the race. They managed to hang on to it thus far. They are ailing. They're the ailing car inside the top 5 at this point in time. If they ail any further, they will drop out of the top 5. In the meantime, we'll throw across to our other standings. The 27 car leads the way in terms of GT3M for absolute B-Quik. Jun San and Yin Yu in the 90 car are the second of the GT3M cars. GTM Pro in behind them, 77, 15 and 10. Are your top 3 there? GTM Am at Natavude, the solo entry. He's doing a phenomenal job. The extra laps around the track. The 8 entries, second in GTM Am, and the 33 is also in GTM Am. They're third place, but Pete, that's because they also fell afoul of pit stop times. They had a 3-second stop and go for not completing that pit stop. How crucial that would have been for them.
Yeah, again, it's a big penalty, but it says a lot. The Aston Martin's still under pressure here, and just to clarify for everybody watching, there's going to be, we expect one more lap. I think they'll get the last lap board as Winkelhoff takes the start-finish line at the end of this lap, and then that should see us through to the end. So the 1 hour time is up, and we'll get to the start-finish line. We'll do that plus 1 lap, and then that should see the race finish. So we've got about 1.5 laps to go, Scotty.
Do you reckon the 65 entry that Aston's aware that there's only one more lap left to go? Because at the moment it feels like a mile. And he probably still thinks it's about 25 minutes or so to go. He's trying to hang on with every stretch that he's got of that Aston. That is the widest Aston Martin I've seen in a good long time.
Oh yeah, no, you're bringing your car into motorsport, and like I said, they had a tough round last round, so they're up there, they're having good fun and racing competitively. So let's see how they go. Expect to see the last lap. Here we go. There's the last lap board out.
One more lap left to go now for Marcus Winkelhock. He's got control of this one. Akash has done a phenomenal job in behind. That BMW was starting to close. So for him to hang on, look after those tyres and push on, it's been a phenomenal drive. They will celebrate that one, I am sure. And it'll be important for the championship standings as well. Big shout out to Speed Cafe as well, assisting with all the coverage here this weekend. We wouldn't be here without the assistance of Speed Cafe, let alone all the series sponsors for Thailand Super Series as well. These sorts of things do not go on without massive amounts of support. In the meantime, best lap, like it says there, 205.631. It's actually the 91 car that has the fastest lap of the race with a 205 flat. Look at the Audi wiggling all over the place. So they are pressing on, even though it's the last lap. They've got a 4-second advantage, Pete. But those tyres have definitely gone off. I don't get the feeling they'll be used again.
They've got a 4-second advantage, and they've got a BMW chasing them that won't let up. So I think Marcus can relax a little bit out the front, but I don't think P2. I don't think Akash can relax at all with the Beamer. So he's got it's a small gap, but it's enough of a gap to keep him on his toes.
And as they head down into the turn 9 hairpin for the final time today, there'll be one more race left here this weekend where they'll invert it. The drivers you see in the cars at the moment will be starting that race tomorrow. The 61 car has finally managed to nick the spot away from the 65 Aston Martin with 1 lap to go. So they will be ruining the fact that Winkelhock went for that extra lap. They had that spot up until they had to do this extra final lap. So that has cost them a spot. In the meantime, the 55 car with one corner left to run, that is the margin. He's looked after his tyres amazingly, has not overheated them. That is the standard that you request when you sign up a platinum rated driver. He's not had a great series thus far in the Thailand Super Series, but that is about to change. Marcus Winkelhock wins race number 5 for the Thailand Super Series, the first of the combined GT3, GTM, GT4 races, and what a job he's done. Second home will be his stablemate in the 25 car, and Akash will bring that car back to the line, and the 91 will come home in third. Job done for those drivers. And that margin, Pete, on the final lap down to 1.7 seconds. Started the lap at 4 seconds, so there was a mistake there for the 25 car. Home in fourth place will be the first of the Porsches, the 14 entry, the 61 home in fifth, and then Aston Martin comes home in sixth. The 27 is the first of the AM drivers. They will come home to win the GT3 AM class. And the 90 entry will be second there. And this is the 77 car, which will be your GTM race winner as well, which is not what we were expecting. It was the 33 car, so my apologies. That was the 991.2 spec Porsche Cup car, and it was their penalty that took them out of contention for the race win today.
So we've still got the a few GTM cars and the GT4 class to come across the line yet. So there is still some racing going on track. But I think we're holding here at the checkered finish line just to see who comes across.
It'll be the other of the Lamborghinis as well as the, I believe that's the Lexus GT4 car. So that'll be Nadavude crossing to win that class. That is the margin. That next car, that yellow car crossing line in the background. Oh, it's actually going to be Sandy Stuvik that's going to come home.
It's our GT4 winner, Sandy Stuvik, in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche GT4. So he's had a great back end of the race. I remember they were down after those pit stops. They were down quite a way in the GT4 class. So they've fought back really well. Sandy's done a hell of a job there.
Yeah, and Sandy, that's a return to the series for Sandy Stuvik. Was not at Bang Sen. And I believe was not actually participating earlier on in the year, which is Sandy's been a large part of the Thailand Super Series over the last couple of years, so it'd be good to see them return to the race. This is the Bentley that had issues as they come out to cross the start-finish line. And Marcus Winkelhock will get forward to celebrating. Like I said, it has been a tough season. Things have just not gone their way. They were looking on for that win at Bang Sen, until the clutch drummers took them completely out of contention. But now he will get to celebrate down there in Victory Lane. They will celebrate that win, and they will enjoy that for a long time, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's one for the records. That was a hard fight. He had to really fight for that, particularly that last position to get on the top. I mean, Akash didn't make it easy. But it was nice and clean. It was a really good motorsport to watch. So well done. But the class of Marcus really shone just his ability to drive away, maintain the tyres, exceptional class. But good to see the BMW on the podium, mate, in its first hit out in the series. So there's a little bit of pat on the back for the BMW team, even though the 92 car had its troubles, but the 91 car's up there, so that team will certainly have something to celebrate. A podium on debut.
Yeah, podium on debut, and a good return from BMW. Joining us here for the first time in the Thailand Super Series as well. It's been a while since we've seen that team, and again, the international nature of this series. Winkelhock, the German, will win over the 25 car, which is the Thailand Malaysian combination, and the 91 team as well, which finish for Jesse Krohn and Chinese Taipei for Chen Chuanhua as well. So it's important to note those driver combinations, the international nature. I mean, it is GT3 in this day and age as well. Viper Nizza, that's a return to form for them. That was a lot better looking from that Aston Martin car. They were really languishing. Something was not right with that team, whether it was the comfort level, the proximity of the walls at Bang Sen. They were a mile off the pace. Not so this weekend, although home track advantage certainly helps with that one, and that is the last of the finishes as well. Hank Kicks, we missed that one. That might have been as a result of the issue with the 11 car, because they retired on that same lap. And that has been the car that I think has been leading the way in terms of points. They've been reasonably consistent, that 26 car, in the GT3 field.
Yeah, that was involved in that turnaround, turn 14. So that really impacted their race. It took them out of the race effectively, even though it was the 90 car got the penalty for that.
This is the GTM race standings. Your pro drivers in the 77, 15, and 10 cars. 1, 2, and 3, and then your AM winner in P4, the solo driver, the 24 car for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Solid day for Saravit, Saritha and Okul, and Afik Yazid for Vitana PSC Motorsport. They will enjoy that victory as well in terms of class honours. And that Lamborghini, I mean, it always looks pretty watching that Lamborghini going around the circuit. Nice day out from the Sapang track. It's actually a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car. That one.
Who doesn't like a Lamborghini on a track, mate?
And then the results from the GT4 class, unfortunately for the 99 car, whatever that issue was early on that we saw them with the bonnet off of that car, that was terminal. Will finish their race up very, very early on. In the meantime, though, the rest of things, only 6.5 seconds separated them, and 10 seconds back to, less than 10 seconds back to third place. This was actually quite closely fought, but Sandy Stuvik's return to the series is a return to line honours in GT4.
Well, mate, what a race, eh? What a 3 safety cars. Awesome.
This will be the opening lap, and this was the start. It was the 14 and the 61 Porsches who led us away. Nice and clean on the opening lap, but that very, very quickly changed as the BMWs started to get aggressive up and down the field. They were where most of the drama was centered. And this battle here, where the number 3 car ended up off of the road, they lost a couple positions. The first of our safety cars was for that incident right there. The 92 backs the car into the gravel, rear end not sticking, perhaps a little bit too fast entering. This one was a big one between, I believe this was the 90 car. No, this was, sorry, the 91 car and the number 11 who came together. The Bentley was a problem car for the 33. They wanted to press on in terms of GTM leader. The number 9 car, when the pit lane cycle started, they stayed out for a very, very long time. The 25 car had to get aggressive in the early stages. They knew that they would be chased down. That's them going 3 wide on the GT4 car to try and get the job done. They had to get out of there nice and quickly. They did that, and then safety cars fell. That was Winkelhock starting to go in pursuit. That was Winkelhock dodging the second of our safety cars. The third of our safety cars was for the 68 Bentley being backwards. When they got back to the restart, they got aggressive, and Winkelhock was not hanging around. This was the first attempt at the final corner. Didn't get it done that time. And multiple overtakes being made up and down the field as the AM drivers swapped over to the pro drivers and they sorted things out. They finally got down the inside of the last corner, and the outside at turn number 1 became the inside at turn number 2, and Winkelhock defended well down at turn 4. That was job done for them. This was an interesting move from the 91 car as they tried to pass the 65. The ailing Aston was barely trying to hang on to its tyres. They would drift out of the top 6 at the end of the race, but nobody could stop the 55 entry with Marcus Winkelhock at the wheel. Fiorendo did a phenomenal job in the first half of the race. Winkelhock finished it off in style. 25 had come home, so stablemates 1 and 2, and then GT3 AM. So absolutely dominated by the absolute B-Quik team here in terms of those classes, and I believe this was the 77 car coming home to win in GTM. And it was Sandy Stuvik's return to the series, return to the top step of the podium as well. That's it from race number 5 here this afternoon for GT3, GTM, and GT4. Don't forget tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't joined us thus far, we'll have GTC action coming your way, as well as more of the GT3, GTM, and GT4 category tomorrow. That's going to be it for us here today from the Thailand Super Series English broadcast. We thank you once again for joining us. It's been awesome to have you guys along with us, and we'll see you once again tomorrow.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com. First, fast and free.